Good morning. We may proceed again this morning. Before we start, Sharon has some housekeeping items. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back to another day at the Iqaluit public hearing. Regular housekeeping, if you have a cell phone, please mute it. We are broadcasting live on Iqaluit TV, Facebook, and YouTube, as well as transcribing the meeting. So please, when you speak, state your name, your organization, and speak slowly for the interpreters. We'll be taking our normal 2 15-minute breaks, and the chair will advise if we'll be having an evening session later today. We had an issue with the coffee this morning, as most of you see. It was full of coffee grounds, so they are bringing the coffee back as soon as there's a new batch. So I know that there will be a beeline as soon as that comes back. And for the agenda, we will be following Friday's agenda. And first up, as you see, is the Government of Canada. And again, we will, as we saw with NTI, there were a lot of questions, and we want to ensure that all participants have an opportunity to speak. So please ensure that it's on topic when you're asking your questions so that they know. And we do appreciate everyone participating and speaking honestly and openly. And just a reminder, the Commission does foster transparency, respect, and working together, and all comments from all participants are welcome. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Regrets. As per the other days, set your ringer off on your cell phone, and we will have a presentation. State your name, whoever's going to the microphone, and your organization. Just a reminder, we are ready for the federal government. You may proceed.
Goedemiddag.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman. I'm
Government
Terry Outlaw with the federal government.
Coffee
First, I didn't have a coffee yet, so... Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Commission on the federal government's response to the land use plan and concerns related to the first draft.
I'll continue. Before I go into my presentation, there was one fellow that presented yesterday, and I didn't recognize him until he said his name. In the late 1980s, I was a summer student for Resources, Wildlife, and Economic Development of the Government of the Northwest Territories, GNWT, up in Pond Inlet. And that person that I was reporting to, back then he had curly black hair and a black beard, and he was based in Pond Inlet, and that was Mike Ferguson. He was the caribou biologist. He had a Quonset hut outside of his office, and next to that Quonset hut outside was a large freezer full of diseased animal carcasses. Foxes with rabies, caribou with brucellosis, walrus, trichinella, all the diseases you can imagine in that one freezer chest. And we didn't realize during that summer that somebody had unplugged it. As the summer student, it was my job to take all the liquefied, rotting carcasses, wearing a hazmat suit, and it took me 3 days, and my job was to take all that rotting, diseased carcasses, wearing a hazmat suit on a Honda, to the dump with a pail of gasoline, and burn them until they burnt to the crisp, down to the ashes. And I had to stand at that dump for a good 3 days with all that smoke and all that smell. And I was staying at Bert Dean's place, and Bert Dean didn't like me coming back smelling like that. And Mike, I think you still owe me overtime. Anyhow, so that's the morning Friday without coffee introduction. So I'm the Regional Director General at the Nunavut Regional Office here in Iqaluit for Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. First, I would like to thank the Commission for providing us the opportunity as the Government of Canada to present our views and opinions and suggestions as to the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. I would also like to welcome all the participants here to Iqaluit. Tamani. I just want to introduce my grandpa, Johnny Kasadluak. He was named after my grandpa in Inukjuak. So,
Welcome.
And also, I would like to thank the City of Iqaluit for hosting this hearing. And with me here today, representing the Government of Canada, we have from Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. To my left is Spencer Dewar, Director of Resource Management, Jeff Hart, Manager of Land Use Planning, Michelle Claire Roy, Environmental Policy Analyst, and to my right is Kim Pauley, Manager of Environmental Assessment, Land Use Planning and Conservation, and Janice Trainer, Policy Coordinator, Sustainable Development. We have other representatives from the Government of Canada in the audience today. We have from Transport Canada, Anita Gudmundson, Jaideep Johar. From Justice Canada, birthday boy, Simon Gruda Dolbeck, Neil Modi. Environment and Climate Change Canada, we have Natalie Lowry and Abby Menendez. And from Parks Canada, Karen Petkow. I believe there are other Government of Canada representatives as well listening on the live stream, and when there are questions, if I can't answer them, they will try and provide us the responses online, just so you're aware. As a way of introduction, developing a first-generation Nunavut Land Use Plan is a difficult, complex task, and the Government of Canada recognizes the efforts and commitment of the Nunavut Planning Commission. Principles and objectives in Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement and Part 2 of the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act require an understanding of how people are supported by the land socially, culturally, and economically, the values and priorities of residents, and particularly the aspirations Inuit have to determine their own path to future well-being. The result must be a plan that meets these aspirations, guides development, and also provides for conservation and other uses of the land. Since the plan was released in July 2021, the Government of Canada has been working to provide productive recommendations to the Commission, as well as working with the Government of Nunavut and the designated Inuit organizations to discuss issues we have in common. The Government of Canada continues to be committed to this process for the benefit of Nunavummiut and all Canadians. The mandate of the Government of Canada under the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act is an approving party to land use plans in Nunavut. In addition, it shares a role in ensuring the principles and objectives of the planning process are met. The mandate as well for the Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada continues to renew the nation-to-nation Inuit Crown government-to-government relationship between Canada and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, modernize Government of Canada structures to enable Indigenous peoples to build capacity and support their vision of self-determination and lead the Government of Canada's work in the North. This submission was developed on behalf of the Government of Canada, in part by the Canadian Coast Guard, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Department of National Defence, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Global Affairs Canada, Justice Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Parks Canada, and Transport Canada. As mentioned earlier, some representatives from various departments are here today, while others are viewing on the live stream. The summary of each department's mandates can be found in the annex at the end of this presentation, which are available at the front in Inuktitut, Inuinnaqtun, English, and French. The Crown has a duty to consult because of its role in deciding whether to approve the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Crown relies on the Commission's process to assist with fulfilling the duty to consult. When drafting and revising the plan, the Commission considers comments at the hearings and community meetings, as well as any written submissions. These could include any concerns brought forward on potential impacts to Section 35 rights. The Government of Canada encourages Indigenous organizations and governments to identify to the Commission any potential adverse effects or impacts to their rights and how these may be addressed through the draft plan. The Government of Canada remains actively engaged throughout the Commission's process, listening to Indigenous concerns and seeking any information on how they may be resolved. The purpose of this presentation is to provide a high-level overview of the comments and recommendations submitted to the Commission by the Government of Canada on the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The written submissions we provided to the Commission are on the public record. They are more comprehensive and contain more detail on the issue and issues than we have time to present today. It is important to note that although we are identifying issues that need resolution, the Government of Canada is confident and committed to a collaborative process that will make progress towards developing a sound, well-supported, and clear first-generation land use plan that can be successfully implemented. The remainder of our presentation will focus on key outstanding issues and recommendations for how they may be resolved. We will then provide some conclusions and talk about a process for moving forward. One, the principles used to review the draft plan. The Government of Canada's review is guided by our priority expectations for a first-generation land use plan. These include that the planning and resulting plan legally comply with the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The plan must be consistent with federal commitments and policies. The planning process has credibility, so it is clear that the development of the plan is supported by a meaningful, inclusive, and transparent public and stakeholder consultation process. As well, the plan must be clear, understandable, and provide certainty for users. The plan must be practical, implementable, and conformity requirements must be clear, and the plan should contribute to the efficiency of Nunavut's integrated regulatory system. Our review is also guided by the Commission's broad planning policies, objectives, and goals that were developed by the Commission with the Government of Canada, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and the Government of Nunavut. The 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan has addressed many concerns that the Government of Canada brought forward in 2017 and 2018. There have been significant improvements. However, several substantive issues remain, and these important issues should be addressed and resolved prior to the plan being submitted for approval. First, clarity and certainty. The Government of Canada has key outstanding issues on clarity and certainty in how the plan should be read and are critical to successful implementation of the plan. There have been improvements from previous drafts, but there are still areas that need work. For instance, overlapping land use designations remain. These should be eliminated from the plan, or clear guidance should be provided on how overlapping land use designations are to be applied to avoid ambiguous interpretation. Language in the plan requirements should also be improved to add certainty. The Government of Canada recommends adding guidance on how to interpret the application of plan requirements, especially where designations overlap, and revising language to be clear and in line with legislation. For example, replacing the term "no person" with "no proponent" would be in line with the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act definition of proponent. Mapping. Maps are the basis for being able to understand and apply any land use plan. The accuracy of the maps that show the zoning in the Nunavut land use plan are necessary for the public, project proponents, and regulators, as well as the Commission, to make decisions about the requirements that the plan intends to apply to a project. Here on the slide, we selected a map of Cambridge Bay, Iqaluit, to provide an example of overlapping lands that are legally recognized in addition to those land use designations found in the plan. As you can see, the overlap in this case is extensive. The Government of Canada understands there were some challenges experienced by the Commission in accessing certain map data and understands that work is underway to address this issue. Before a final plan is submitted, the Government of Canada recommends that the Commission revise all maps in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan to improve their accuracy and use a consistent mapping standard for the land use plan. Mineral development, existing rights, and conservation. Now we'll speak to finding the balance between economic development and conservation and the treatment of existing rights. The Government of Canada recognizes the efforts of the Commission and the challenges it has faced. We want to be clear. The Government of Canada supports protection of caribou. Nunavut includes important habitat for caribou and other wildlife, which are critical to the well-being of people and the environment. As well, there are existing rights related to mineral tenure and Inuit rights, including those associated with Inuit-owned lands. In our view, the plan cannot and should not be counted on as a solution to protecting all of these values on its own. There are a number of mechanisms available in Nunavut that will help to achieve these purposes. Overlaps between existing mineral tenure and limited use zoning in the draft plan are creating conflict. These need a closer look by all parties to ensure the benefits and rights guaranteed in the Nunavut Agreement and the rights of tenure holders can still be realized, and caribou and other wildlife are protected. Caribou population numbers have declined over time, which generates concern amongst all participants here. The Government of Canada's objective is that the land use plan supports healthy populations that can support sustainable harvesting into the future. The Commission has many tools to consider for supporting caribou conservation, from applying to valued ecosystemic component designations, to prohibiting land use and land uses through limited use zoning. In a plan the size of Nunavut, not one size fits all. The Commission's use of these tools should target resolving potential land use conflicts and consider regional diversity. It is important that the Commission ensures that it knows whether the selected approach is working Ongoing monitoring could help inform the Commission if its measures are effective. It is important to acknowledge the value the mineral economy brings to Nunavut as a key consideration. A healthy mining sector provides opportunity for Nunavut. It provides employment, contracting, training, and vital contributions to government, Inuit organizations, and communities that allows support of local programming. The challenge for approving parties and the Commission is to determine the best approach to ensuring that caribou and other wildlife habitat is conserved so that caribou and wildlife can thrive, and ensure that Nunavut have the opportunity to benefit from the economic potential that comes from the mineral sector. Clear zoning without conflicts is important for ensuring conservation, as well as clarifying opportunities for economic investment. As you can see on the map, mineral tenure covers 2.5% of Nunavut. Over a third of that tenure is overlapped with limited use zones that prohibit mineral exploration, development, and related activities. As well, a number of areas with mineral tenure are fully enclosed within limited use zones. There are options to create clarity in such areas through place-based analysis. This analysis should result in clarity so that land use is clear and impact on communities, rights holders, and the environment is considered and understood. The Government of Canada has heard from and agrees with the designated Inuit organizations about the importance of considering Inuit goals and objectives with respect to Inuit-owned lands and self-determination. From the perspective of a land use plan, this could be achieved in multiple ways. Nunavut has a robust regulatory system. The land use plan can be one tool. Others include collaborative work with wildlife boards and the regulatory process in Nunavut. It is important to keep in mind that all projects remain subject to Nunavut's regulatory regime. In addition to the land use plan, projects are further regulated with a view to protecting the environment. They all possess Nunavut Impact Review Board project certificates, Nunavut Water Board Type A water licenses, Crown land use permits and leases, and authorizations from the regional Inuit associations. Collectively, these authorizations tailor a robust set of terms and conditions under which the projects must operate. The draft plan applies a limited use designation to 3 of Nunavut's 4 active mines. The Government of Canada recommends that the Commission rezone areas where existing mineral tenure overlaps with the limited use designation to mixed use. There should be no overlap of limited use zoning with mineral tenure. Information on important caribou habitat should be retained as a valued ecosystem components designation to ensure it is considered by proponents and other parts of the regulatory regime. The approach in the current plan draft plan to address the issue of overlap between limited use zones and existing mineral rights includes a list of projects in Appendix A that would be exceptions to the limited use prohibition on future mineral development. Just to provide some context on the scope of this exception, existing mineral tenure makes up about 4% of the limited use caribou calving areas currently included in the draft plan. Should the Commission remain committed to using Appendix A to list properties that are an exception to the zoning, the Government of Canada recommends that the Commission rezone limited use areas where they overlap with Nunavut's operating mines to mixed-use areas with no applicable prohibitions, seasonal restrictions, and setbacks. As well, information on important caribou habitats not already identified as valued ecosystem components should be retained under the valued ecosystem components designation to ensure it is considered by proponents and regulators. In addition, all remaining mineral tenure that overlaps with limited use designations should be included in Appendix A and clarify that the prohibitions for exploration, development, and ancillary activities such as roads, lines, airstrips, quarrying, do not apply to new project proposals or significant modifications to current projects. The Government of Canada recommends that the Commission work with Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and holders of existing mineral rights and interests to ensure that any existing or future projects arising from existing mineral tenure that would be impacted by the proposed limited use areas are accurately identified under Appendix A of the plan. Now we'll focus on marine transportation. The Government of Canada understands the importance of the marine environment to Inuit and Inuit culture. Given this, a number of key considerations have guided the Government of Canada's comments about marine transportation, being it is important that navigation is done in a way that reduces its potential environmental impacts. Where there is an exception or exemption that applies to a vessel that would otherwise be restricted, the vessel should follow what the plan sets out for that area when and where possible. The plan could help provide protection to Tadlotiup Imanga National Marine Conservation Area in the period before it is fully established by legislation, and Canada has international legal obligations to meet and has to have the ability to ensure proper control of foreign navigation in areas where icebreaking restrictions will be put in place. Plan requirements necessary for the protection of the marine environment, such as setbacks around walrus haulouts, should not prevent the delivery of vital services required to maintain healthy communities or to protect the environment. The Government of Canada supports the exceptions in the draft plan for activities such as community resupply, emergencies, and safe navigation. We have recommended to the Commission that other activities such as law enforcement, monitoring and the placement and maintenance of navigational aids be added to the list of exceptions in the plan. And the plan define certain vital services for clarity. For example, without definition, the meaning of safe navigation could be unclear. Someone could argue that they can travel near a walrus haulout when they think it is safe to do so. However, the Government of Canada's interpretation of safe navigation is that a vessel can travel near a walrus haulout only when it is required for the safety of the ship, crew, and passengers. The Government of Canada is also seeking confirmation that the Commission's conformity determinations will also include the exemptions granted to the Minister of National Defence within the Nunavut Agreement. This will help ensure the plan complies with the exemptions in the Nunavut Agreement and improve clarity and certainty for users. The plan includes seasonal prohibitions on icebreaking, seasonal prohibitions on icebreaking through any part of the Northwest Passage could be challenging. Possible differences of views with some other countries regarding the status of the waters of the Northwest Passage make it important for the Government of Canada to retain the flexibility to allow navigation in order to assert Canada's sovereignty over its Arctic waters. We must be able to meet all legal obligations, and the proposed restrictions may prevent this. The Government of Canada has considered how the plan could provide necessary protection of sea ice during critical seasons, while at the same time providing the flexibility required to meet international legal obligations. We have recommended a collaborative approach to address need for such protection, which would allow the Government of Canada to retain the capacity to consent to navigation, as well as proposing an exception of individual vessel movements from the requirements of the plan. Regarding individual vessel movements, the Government of Canada recommends that plan requirements which restrict icebreaking include an exception for individual vessel movements, where a vessel is transiting through but not stopping in the Nunavut settlement area. The Government of Canada's understanding is that individual vessel movements are not typically considered projects. We note that the small number of individual vessel movements would still be subject to oversight, including being required to follow applicable laws and regulations. As well, whenever the Government of Canada is contracted by vessels prior to their navigation in Canadian Arctic waters, we communicate about environmental considerations such as ecologically sensitive areas or known mammal migrations, as well as recommended routing. For individual vessel movements, we could also encourage vessel operators to engage with communities as part of voyage planning. It is our experience that these vessels take this advice into consideration. The collaborative process the Government of Canada is recommending for caribou crossings would be similar to the collaborative process for on-ice travel routes in the draft plan, which is itself similar to the model currently in place in the Iqaluit region under the Proactive Vessel Management Initiative. As for on-ice travel routes, project proponents would need to engage with the communities and hunters and trappers organizations before a project shipping occurs. Importantly, if a plan requirement for a collaborative process to protect caribou sea ice crossings is included in the plan, it would be enforceable under the Nunavut Project Planning Assessment Act. Yeah. I had the acronym and I wasn't sure whether I said it correctly in the long form. It should also be noted that the proposed exception would not apply to shipping associated with a broader project, such as a mining project. The reason for this is that recurring shipping associated with such a project would not qualify as an individual vessel movement. In addition, the Nunavut Impact Review Board can impose additional terms and conditions that further mitigate the impacts of shipping in respect of such a project. Now we'll focus on national marine conservation areas. The draft Nunavut Land Use Plan will only apply to Talurutiup Imanga until the Canada National Marine Conservation Areas Act comes into effect. Joint Inuit Canada Co-Management Board makes consensus decisions that include Inuit Hayamayutuhangit for managing the marine conservation area. Some of the prohibited activities listed in the plan requirements may change after legal establishment, as the co-management board and planning processes will make decisions on appropriate activities. Migratory bird setbacks will apply to the key habitat areas located in Talurutiup Imanga. The plan requirements currently do not address this. It is recommended that the activities that may be changed after establishment be identified as interim prohibitions to avoid confusion with future management direction. It is further recommended that the migratory bird setbacks identified in Table 1 of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan be included in the plan requirements for the National Marine Conservation Area. The Government of Canada has provided some suggested wording for Section 3.1.2 to clarify the difference between the National Marine Conservation Area awaiting establishment and future National Marine Conservation Areas. In regards to disposal at sea, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act governs disposal activities in Canadian and international waters near Canada. The Act prohibits disposal at sea without a permit. The Government of Canada prefers that the disposal at sea prohibitions be removed from the draft plan and suggests that disposal at sea continues to be addressed on a case-by-case basis under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, using the mandated consultation process. As required under the Act, the Disposal at Sea program will continue to consult on permits in northern waters to address environmental concerns, including those in marine conservation areas and limited use areas. It should also be noted that vessel discharges are regulated under the Canada Shipping Act 2001, the Arctic Waters Pollution Prevention Act, and their regulations. In regards to operations at Department of National Defense sites, The government of Canada is re-evaluating the prohibitions of all uses in areas zoned as limited use for military facilities. There may be an opportunity to allow for some uses that would not conflict with national defense and national security. The planning process would ideally include the Department of National Defense in decision-making and approval process, which would allow activities not contrary to those of the department to advance. This may be achieved through a valued socio-economic component designations for military, but would require a clear definition and what planning considerations are afforded as a result. The Government of Canada is seeking to strike a balance between having to uphold its national defense and national security mandate and remaining a partner in Nunavut. To summarize, the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of land use planning in Nunavut's regulatory system and will continue its role on a path towards a plan that can be accepted. We believe the issues presented by the Government of Canada can be resolved through continued collaboration with all involved. The Government of Canada, along with Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, the regional Inuit associations, and the Government of Nunavut recognize that issues related to Inuit-owned land, Inuit impact benefit agreements, and consultation as they relate to the land use plan are important issues in this process. The parties have begun discussions on these topics in hopes to advise the Commission on a path forward to resolve these issues. The Government of Canada supports the Commission working with the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, and the regional Inuit associations to develop a process to collaboratively address concerns raised in this submission and at the public hearings before revisions to the plan are completed. We have started this collaboration on issues of common interest and are beginning to make some progress on aligning advice to the Commission in final submissions. The Government of Canada will continue to listen to the Indigenous concerns, noting how they may be resolved, and will take any further steps necessary to ensure its duty to Indigenous rights holders has been met. Throughout the public hearings, we have heard communities around the table asking the Commission to extend the January 10 to 2023 deadline for final submissions to give them time to provide additional information. In our view, the Commission should give serious consideration to these requests, and if there's a possibility for a modest extension, that would also be welcomed. That is the end of our presentation, but if the Chair permits, with your permission, there were some comments and questions that were raised by the communities and HTO representatives around the table over the last few days, and we have responses ready on these ones, and I could speak to them now if the chairperson permits. Nakamlik, Huyanamik.
Thank you. Thank you too. Yep.
Okay, Huyanamik.
Proceed.
Yeah, Huyanamik to vote out.
Thank you.
I believe Jonah from Hikitakjok raised the issue of their houses being vulnerable to ocean forces because of climate change, and if the Government of Canada could provide any support on this problem. Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada has a program called Climate Change Preparedness in the North, which provides funding to do work such as assessing risks from climate change, as well as some for addressing those risks. We can provide contact information following our presentation, and we would be happy to discuss your situation with you, as well as those people that we provide contact information on, and welcome starting the discussion with the community of Hikitarjo. Secondly, I believe it was Johnny Mike from Panakdo on day 2 of the hearings who talked about his concerns about beluga whales and disturbance of marine mammals, and commented about whether Fisheries and Oceans Canada knew about these issues. Fisheries and Oceans Canada and other Government of Canada departments have supported the Nunavut Planning Commission's development of the Nunavut Land Use Plan, including by providing science reports and studies to the Commission. That information, together with Inuit Haryami Tuhangit, has informed the Commission's planning decisions. For example, the draft plan includes a beluga calving area in Cumberland Sound west and north of Panakdo, which has limited use designations in the draft plan that prohibits oil and gas exploration and production and restricts some vessel travel during during the summer season. These same restrictions apply to a limited use area to protect beluga calving habitat that is adjacent to Clearwater Fiord. Disturbance of marine mammals, including by tourists on cruise ships, is regulated under the Marine Mammal Regulations under the Federal Fisheries Act. Those regulations prohibit the disturbance of marine mammals, with some exceptions. We can provide you with the contact information you need to report on occurrence of a disturbance of a marine mammal. And if need be, I can provide all the contact information and specific individuals to help. Prior to the conclusion of this presentation, as well as we did in Rankin Inlet, Mitimatalik, we have a video that we would like to show, if the chairman is okay with that, prior to opening up for questions. Hoy nami.
There, it was that short.
From an ultra-modern bulk carrier ship carrying cargo bound for Vancouver, to a crab or lobster fisher tending traps off our Atlantic coast, to fishers bringing in their catch off Kujuwarapik, as their community has done for thousands of years. Our relationship with Canada's oceans, lakes, and rivers is essential. The movement of people and goods by water has propelled our economy and has shown us the importance of respecting and protecting our natural environment. Responsibility for Canada's oceans and waterways is one of Transport Canada's most important roles. Our focus is to prevent, prepare, and respond with several partners, including Indigenous communities and the Canadian Coast Guard. We're proud of the work we do and our record of success. Canada is signatory to many international conventions and agreements that govern how shipping is carried out worldwide. While international laws set the broad worldwide framework, Canada keeps a keen eye on every ship that is bound for or departing from our shores. When ships reach Canadian waters, Canadian rules and regulations set a tight safety framework for all vessels in the 16 designated shipping control zones, including the Canada Shipping Act 2001, the Arctic Waters Pollution Prevention Act, and the Arctic Shipping Safety and Pollution Prevention Regulations. In addition to these Canadian regulations and acts, the International Polar Code provides a mandatory framework for all ships operating in the North. The Polar Code and Canada's regulatory framework work together for safe navigation and environmental protection in the Arctic by reducing the risk of accidental spills and ensuring ships navigate safely with trained shipboard personnel. Let's take a look at vessel traffic in Canada's Arctic region.
Hi, I'm Jaideep Johar, Manager with Transport Canada's Marine Safety and Security Prairie and Northern Region. I've spent most of my life working in marine safety, and I'm dedicated to the protection of this pristine environment. Our Arctic waters receive ships from all over the world. Let's track the voyage of an inbound ship loaded with cargo. 4 days, or about 1,500 nautical miles out from Canadian waters, all ships inbound to Canada make initial contact with Transport Canada at the Marine Security Operations Center to provide pre-arrival information about the ship, its destination, tonnage, cargo, crew, and more. This information is shared with the Department of National Defence, the RCMP, and the Canada Border Services Agency as part of a comprehensive security threat assessment. Ships are also required to exchange or treat their ballast water. This prevents foreign organisms from coming in with the ship as it sails into Canadian waters. Before entering Canadian Arctic waters, ships report to the Canadian Coast Guard in Iqaluit. As part of this report, the ship's master must submit a sail plan and identify any mechanical deficiencies or operational requirements the ship may have. All vessels operating in Canadian Arctic waters must use low sulfur fuel to reduce emissions, which improves air quality for everyone. Transport Canada's National Aerial Surveillance Program is an essential part of Canada's efforts to protect the maritime environment and marine life, while ensuring a safer shipping industry. As ships navigate along the Arctic waters, NASP aircraft monitor vessel traffic, identify oil spills, and other marine pollutants. Because ships know they could be seen at any time, NASP is a powerful deterrent for ships discharging oil at sea. In Canadian Arctic waters, there is complete prohibition of pollution or oil discharge from ships, except in special circumstances where it is strictly regulated. In the event of a spill, the polluter pays system ensures that vessels arriving in the Arctic region share responsibility for oil spills in the Canadian waters. Much like air traffic control systems, each ship of a certain size is tracked and monitored by the Canadian Coast Guard Communications Systems and Transport Canada's Regional Duty Office. The information about the ship, its previous ports of call, itinerary, and any issues or problems the ships may have is continually updated, and it is critical for the safety and security of all vessels and ports in Canada. 90% of consumer goods destined for the Arctic arrive by marine ships and smaller community resupply vessels, mostly during the summer sailing months of July to October. Icebreaker vessels are essential to navigation in the Arctic as they provide a clear passage through ice at sea. This allows for the continued safe and sustainable marine shipping in the region. However, when icebreakers push through the thickened ice, this potentially creates a dangerous situation for wildlife or Inuit and northern hunters who may become stranded on ice floes. To reduce this risk, Inuit community members, Transport Canada, and the Canadian Coast Guard recently co-developed the first seasonal notice to mariners for the Kitikmeot region. Vessels must provide 1 week's notice of their passage to communities to minimize risks to people, migrating caribou, and wildlife traveling across sea ice. This is part of our broader commitment to work in partnership with Inuit communities to advance marine safety for the protection of the unique ecosystem of the Arctic region. Ships may also undergo a port state control inspection carried out by a Transport Canada's Marine Safety Inspector. In keeping with international commitments, Transport Canada inspectors will board the ship to make sure that it meets international and domestic rules and regulations before it can sail to its next destination. Once community resupply vessels have unloaded their cargo, they head off to their next port of call. Beyond our world-leading marine safety and security system, our partnership with Indigenous communities are helping to strengthen Canada's marine economy and environment, especially in the development of a skilled workforce. To create jobs and further increase marine safety in Indigenous and coastal communities, we have developed a marine training program across 3 regions to help underrepresented groups such as women, Indigenous peoples, Northerners, and Inuit access marine training and job opportunities within the marine industry.
We're proud to say that our marine safety and security system works. Despite increases in marine traffic, spills and incidents have declined dramatically in the last 20 years, and we'll continue to improve as technology evolves and we strengthen our partnerships with Indigenous and coastal communities. This is one in a series of 5 videos about Canada's marine safety and security system. Find out more at canada.ca/oceans-protection-plan.
Yeah, Goedemiddag, Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. That concludes the Government of Canada's presentation, and we can make ourselves now available for any questions. Naminik kiun nang ikumatakwa kanayati tamani tut kiun na lang ang mayugalo amalo Transport Canada take
and also Transport Canada that we just saw their film.
Jaideep Johar.
Johar.
I know what you for any autographs later.
Thank you. Before we get into questions, before we're going to get too grumpy, there's coffee. Before we get too bad, coffee break, 15 minutes.
Tago, ati, bigyan pala ng mitap. Hello? Chris? Chris? Hello? Yeah. Tema. Kaya namig, bigyan pala yung nasimigata.
And as with other participants, we'll open up the floor, staff first, and then we'll go to the floor, the Nunavik registered guests and the general public. Thank you. We are ready to go once again. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks again to the Government of Canada for their detailed presentation. First question we have, this is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission, is in regards to the listing of barren ground caribou as threatened under the Species at Risk Act. We understand that a federal cabinet decision is pending regarding this issue, and we're wondering if you're able to comment on the potential impacts this decision could have on the draft Nunavut land use plan and the protection of caribou and caribou habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Goedemiddag, Chivota,
Thank you,
Malatana,
Mr. Chairman. Thank you
Terry
for
Odla,
the
Crown
question.
Indigenous
Terry
Relations,
Odla.
Northern Affairs Canada. As to the status, the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada assessed barren ground caribou as threatened in 2016. The process is underway for a listing decision under the Species at Risk Act. For the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, assess barren ground caribou, Government Canada are following the due process for species at risk listings in Nunavut. Obviously, there will be consultations with the Nunavut Planning Commission, the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, and all those that will be affected prior to making a decision on listing for the barren ground caribou. The Nunavut Land Use Planning Commission, again, will be one of the many tools to manage the decline of the barren ground caribou through mitigating and avoiding impacts to barren ground caribou. As for specifics on dates, I can't provide that at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Terry, for that response. I'd next like to touch on the issue of the management of Inuit-owned lands within the draft Nunavut land use plan. We've heard a number of different suggestions from Nunavut Tungavik and the regional Inuit associations about the management of these lands in the draft plan, and we've heard Canada express its support for a distinct approach to Inuit-owned lands within the plan. We're wondering if the Government of Canada has any practical options or suggestions on how to achieve this distinct approach, and in particular, if you have any comments on the Kikitani Inuit Association's recommendation that an option be provided for a letter of support being used to authorize prohibited uses within limited use areas in certain cases. Thank you.
On principle, Terry Outla,
Terry Outla.
Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. The Government of Canada supports that the plan apply a distinct approach to land use planning on Inuit-owned lands. The Nunavut Agreement is clear that the Nunavut Planning Commission must take into account Inuit goals and objectives for Inuit-owned lands. And I'll just read directly from the Nunavut Agreement. Article 17, Purposes of Inuit-owned lands. 17.1.3. Inuit-owned land shall, to the extent possible, provide for a mix of the characteristics outlined above, where it lists areas of value principally for renewable resource reasons, including principal or other wildlife harvesting areas, areas of significant biological productivity or value for conservation areas, areas of high potential for propagation, cultivation, or husbandry, areas of current or potential occupation by outpost camps, areas of value for sports camps or other tourist opportunities. And then Part B goes into areas of value principally for reasons related to the development of non-renewable resources, including areas of known or potential mineral deposits, areas of value for various operations and facilities associated with the development of non-renewable resources, areas of commercial value, and areas of archaeological, historical, or cultural importance. And then Part 17.1.3 further goes to say that it will provide for a mix of the characteristics I just read out in order to secure balanced economic development. However, it goes on to say, the relative weighting of the characteristics with respect to any particular community or region shall turn on the actual and potential economic opportunities at hand and the particular community or regional preferences. So this part describes generally what the purposes of Inuit-owned lands are. And we, as the Government of Canada, we respect that Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations are title holders, and that really for them it's about self-determination. I know there's been a lot of back and forth amongst the participants here in the room, but it's also important to know and understand that although limited use designations sort of overlap a lot of the, about 42% of Inuit-owned lands currently being proposed, it's about who makes that decision as to what happens on those lands. Yes, limited use designations will provide some protection, but at the same time, Inuit-owned lands can provide for that protection as well. But it's a matter of the regional Inuit associations and Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, including the HTOs and the communities that they are involved, and they do have mechanisms of their own to make that determination. So for us as the Government of Canada, what we can do is to try and provide that collaborative approach between the Nunavut Planning Commission, NTI, Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, and regional Inuit associations, and work together as to what would be the best form of designation for the purposes of ensuring that important areas for the Inuit are taken into consideration, specifically in limited use areas that may overlap Inuit-owned lands. And that's the only answer I'm going to give on that. Goedenavond.
Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Terry, for that response. I'd next like to talk about oil and gas significant discovery licenses. As we're aware, there's currently a moratorium on oil and gas exploration in the Canadian Arctic. We understand that there's a requirement for a review of this moratorium, and in addition, in the moratorium announcement, there's reference to discussions to be held with significant discovery license holders regarding potential impacts on those existing rights. I'm wondering if the Government of Canada can comment on the status and nature of those discussions at this point. Thank you.
Proceed.
Ja, goedemiddag.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for
Terry
the
Outlaw,
question.
Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. The Arctic offshore oil and gas moratorium announced in 2016 is indefinite. It's still active. It designates Canadian Arctic waters as off-limits to future oil and gas licensing, while also maintaining the current terms of exploration licenses and prevents them from expiring. This decision is periodically reviewed every 5 years through a climate and marine science-based life cycle assessment, which also works towards including Inuit Hauyumit Duhangit in the Government of Canada's consultation with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, the Iqaluit Regional Corporation, and Makivik in Nunavik, as well as Nunavut in Northern Labrador. So the Government of Canada is currently working with the Northern leaders to review the extension of that 5-year moratorium, considering in 2016 it was put in place. It's now been 5 years. That review is pretty much complete, and the Government of Canada, again, is working with Northern partners to engage on the review's findings through this fall, now winter, and we're hoping to have a clear direction sometime in the new year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Jonathan, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again, Terry, for that response. We heard you today asking the Commission to consider a modest extension to the January 10th, 2023 timeline. If the Commission were to grant such an extension, what time would be of benefit to the Government of Canada? And in particular, what plans does the Government of Canada have to find a consensus with the other signatories to assist the Commission in finding solutions? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. Terry Outlaw, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Based on some of the community concerns that we've heard, based on our collaborative work to date with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, the Government of Nunavut, as well as the regional Inuit associations, and hearing what the, for example, the Iqaluit Wildlife Board, in the work that they need to do within a very short period of time to meet that January 10 deadline. An extension that we're thinking in the modest sense, we're talking weeks, not months. just to try and make it so that we can do the work that's required just to compile all that information and to make sure that it's all accurate and that it's in a format that is clear and concise and understandable once we provide those submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission.
Thank you. Thank you. More, Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again, Terry, for your response. In follow-up to that, I'd like to note, as I'm sure you were aware, that myself and other NPC staff have had very productive conversations with Government of Canada representatives, as well as discussions separately with the Government of Nunavut, Nunavut-Tungavik, and the 3 regional Inuit associations. We feel those discussions have been very productive and helpful towards finding appropriate solutions to the issues that have been identified in the draft plan. I'm wondering if it's the Government of Canada's intention to possibly include NPC staff in the ongoing collaborative discussions you're having with other signatory parties in advance of the close of the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Yes.
Thank you, Jonathan. That's good. From the table here, the communities, questions? Proceed. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Jitalukakik, Iqaluit. Nice chairs you have at the federal government. We're expecting lots. Looking back for me, before there was a government, there was no government. There was preachers and police. From that, then I have worked for the government myself as a painter, and we never had a Inuk boss, and finally we did. But I know it was just a shadow. There has to be an Inuk, so there was an Inuk at the office, but just in filling that position with no real responsibility in running things, we would in the future have an Inuk regional director for the federal government. For Nunavut-Tungavik, Qikirtani Inuit, the wildlife management boards have to be involved. You are the people that guide us. You guys aren't the bosses. The HTO should be above you, and that regarding the condition of Inuit country and the animals, how, for example, if I saw with my own eyes and desired something, then I would expect a response, and then they'll say, no, it's not my responsibility. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Where we can get help Is it part of your work? Thank you. Thank you.
Pwede na mi tivauta
Thank you,
American Pesoko.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Huyan na mi
Thank
tan apaksuti pinmariw tilugo.
Your question is
Dako
real,
government.
and the role of the federal government that we have to, in following the land claims agreement, increase Inuit employment within the federal government, and it's proceeding. I am here when we have an office here in Iqaluit. I'm available to you at any time. Our office is very close to this building here. Anytime you want to approach me, we're open. We'll listen to your concerns, and we can find a response for you, or what routes you can get the response to your concerns. And there are many departments and employees within the federal government, so it's complicated trying to find the right response for you, and whether funds that you may be requesting for hunters and trappers organizations, and the wildlife being the main food source, and how we can secure that food source. The federal government is open, but if you come, or if you are looking for support for your association, or the Inuit Association can also be a route if you need assistance from the communities, wildlife associations, that we hear your concerns around the table, and we're interested in finding solutions, and that we're hearing all this stuff. You're being recorded, and the thought to solutions comes when comments are raised. We're open to you. Thank you. Jitalukakik, Amarok Hunters and Trappers, Elder. And I might have another question yet. Let me ask. As I stated, I was born before we had a government, and that's the way it was. And the Canadian government Prime Minister has had an apology to Nunavut and the world, that what are you guys easier to get along with now? But you claim your office, I cannot approach it. Your door is locked. This, when we're located in the same community, that happens. But the guy on your right, as I said, from what I see, where our bylaw states a certain way, I thought maybe, let me say, how does the government currently, that I asked, to get back to my question, after the apology by the Prime Minister, have you changed? Are we benefiting? Is there more support? Are you guys still as hard as a rock? Thank you. Yep, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the questions. Terry Aula, Gabamatakakumni. The door might be locked. Phone me. I will have the door open for you. If I'm not available, we have a reception that can speak Inuktitut, and we are open for your phone call. If you have concerns, you want to speak, we're available to you. And our Prime Minister was here, and other federal ministers were here in the apology. And from there, when we talk with Qikiqtani Inuit Association, had a commission on dog slaughter on the Baffin region, and the funds we have forwarded in terms of the suggested improvements from the dog slaughter and relocated Inuit, and that this is an ongoing process through the Qikiqtani Inuit Association. We are working with them. And another example with the Qikiqtani Inuit Association, they are working with them on the dog slaughter issue, and Arctic Bay and Iqaluit, that annual Nunavut Quest dog race, that too has been supported by the federal government, and other numerous projects that have been financed following the apology. I hope that answers the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Jitelukakik Iqaluit, Elder. And also, I had some tough questions, but when we were watching the film, I must have swallowed my questions. But I want to make sense here. And bears, polar bears, we've been dealing with this issue, and western bears will be affected by climate change. We still don't believe that as Inuit. And when we're talking about caribou, and the issue of caribou, the caribou are over-harvested. I'm wondering what protection we're going to give them. And now we're dealing with walrus haul-outs. They're there for a short amount of time. They're eating out there. Hunters with the two animals. It would take over an hour to look for them, and caribou was the third. The bear hunter is looking around. Could take over an hour. The walrus hunter, what he's looking will take over an hour. He could be underwater. And if he sees one that they won't be eating in that area, he knows they're moving. They're not eating in the location. And Inuit Kauyimayatukangit, we don't think it's ancient. It's current, and it's the way we live. The Inuit will end up in offices, and then we'll mix with the Kablunat, and it's hard to explain the situation. And the office, they're the boss. If he has no support, he has no power. And then when he's back, he'll have lots of power. That's the way we understand. We're the regular public and the services that we require, and the plan that I will expect them, that they will happen when I'm gone. 1959, 1960, the government started arriving. Now we're at 2022, and I'm asking this question, whether we'll get movement. I'm not expecting any, Mr. Chairman. Current issues for benefit, shouldn't there be something for today and for the future? And then you won't use it, and then I'll ask again. I hope you can understand me. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. Terry Audla, Canada Government. I totally understand what you're saying, and that for you to be aware, we're talking about issues related to the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, that there is a section and a whole wildlife management received there, the various HTOs, RWOs dealing with wildlife management and the regulations and such. We, as the federal government, the former Canadian Wildlife Service, we work with organizations in Nunavut. We, in terms of Inuit Kauyimayatukangit, we encourage areas where we could do more, and we have agreements on how we can improve, let's say for caribou, bears, walrus, or whales that are clear and complete and with suggested improvements in the management, and for the concerns to be dealt with. The organizations do exist, and to be aware, we have more of a desire to be involved from the federal government, to hear about Inuit Kauyimayatukangit, working with the hunters and trappers. Yesterday, Mike Ferguson spoke about the process under which the hunters and the hunters organizations see and understand the wildlife and where we could improve for Nunavut Inuit, that it's holistic, and that the agreement, the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, this will only proceed and move forward. We look at ways to improve and how we encourage the involvement of communities, and in Iqaluit, we are progressing, and the Planning Commission in doing their work are also spelling out how we will have a roadmap that they are working on. I hope I'm understandable to the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Iqaluit, for the future that we are working on, and for us to remember, the people that represent me, I'm speaking for them, not just to you, not just to me. And let me say one little thing. For the future, we seem optimistic. Whether we can have a reminder that our ice is disappearing, we're losing ice. We might have to have land trails instead of going on the ice. And I can go to Pangniktuk by going on the land without going on the ocean. And the ice, we're getting less ice, but our ships, the icebreaker, is a lifesaver, that we give permission that the icebreaker is a useful ship, and we've seen it here. But the routes are going through the hunting areas, where the seals are, where the whales come through, and they say it's a better route on to the right side. The left side is shallower. The ship route we have spoke about in Iqaluit. Looking forward, I think it's quite possible the ship going further down, coming into Frobisher Bay, there's numerous channels. Whether we can adjust the way the ships come in, not what I'm saying, not my thoughts, but others. Done for the icebreaker we support the icebreaker in Nunavut, and the DuLine fuel delivery has to be shipped in annually. That if we're going to monitor, and also we're hearing Indian country and that they've identified land, but the hunter is the environmentalist. The hunter cannot be placed lower on the list when you're doing the weather, the land, the ice, quotas, dealing with Inuit. I'm not the only one to speak, I know, so that I'm stopping here before I get too bitter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Food for thought. Currently, we have Solomon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the federal government for your presentation at the hearings. My understanding of Dulan sites. I'm Solomon Abba, Iqaluit Mayor of Iqaluit. I forgot to mention my name. The former military sites, some are still being open, Dulan sites, and some have been cleaned, restored, and others, I believe, have to be further remediated in the future. My question, do you have a list of sites to the Planning Commission on how to clean up the rest of the Dulan sites in Nunavut, and including Iqaluit? Is there a plan for remediation of sites? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Terry Audla, Government of Hakune, Canada Kune. Perhaps in English.
First of all, I forgot to mention in the introduction, we do have one Department of National Defense representative in the audience, Greg Matthews. So I apologize to Greg for missing him on the roster. The Government of Canada, including the Department of National Defense and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, are open to direct conversation with the city of Iqaluit to better understand the concerns it has in regards to the environmental legacy sites. We would like to work together to clearly identify the sites throughout the community that are of concern and assemble a historic background for each site and their current state. And so based on the representative from the Department of National Defense, he's here and he's listening. And we will definitely reach out to the city of Iqaluit for more working together in collaboration, just to identify and work on those areas. As for the actual inclusion into the Nunavut land use plan, they won't necessarily be included within the plan itself, but it's something that we want to work together on to see what we can do to clearly identify those areas and see what the next steps may be.
If it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, the comments from Iqaluit and the discussions we have around the environment. Federal government representative would like to make comments and reply to the discussion that took place. Transport Canada. I am reminded Chitalo has some comments. And as we had discussion this morning, we should have stuck to the topic, and some of his comments were valid questions and should have some answers to his questions.
Working on this draft renewable land use plan might not be signed in the near future, but there's some important stuff that need to be dealt with, and maybe there's some temporary agreement, if there can be a temporary agreement between G and Government of Canada and NPC. That was part of his question that I don't think that was answered, but I'll get him to answer first, and I'll get back to you guys. Atigo?
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Is it my turn to speak? Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jaydeep Johar, Transport Canada. Thank you very much for your question regarding the safe travel of the vessel through the Frobisher Bay. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much for your question with regards to the safety of hunters and trappers, and also the location where the marine mammals are in Frobisher Bay when the vessels are transiting. I believe it's very important to know that Frobisher Bay is challenging navigation, especially in ice conditions. Also, the ships have limited room sometimes because of the ice conditions where they can safely navigate. So there are safety precautions which a captain should undertake when navigating in these areas. I believe it's very important for the communication to take place with the hunters and trappers and the ship's captain directly, and come to a collaborative approach where a vessel can slow down or take alternative route which might be safer to allow the hunters and trappers, or to communicate in advance about where the hunters and trappers will be doing their marine mammals hunting. Also, the Government of Canada is working very closely on an initiative called Low Impact Shipping Corridor, where we are in a phase 2 of that process. More consultation is going with everyone and also with our indigenous partners
to understand where we can locate or where we can track the vessels or where we can provide enough charting so that the vessels stay in those lanes. And this low-impact shipping corridor also takes into concerns anything related with marine mammals, sensitive areas. So the corridors are made to ensure that these are taken into consideration, and the work is going on which will surely help to address this issue. I am also aware that Iqaluit deep sea port will be running very soon, I believe, and that's again a very good opportunity to work with the port and inform the ships about the position of hunters and trappers in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you have additional comments? Thank you, Chair. Terry, I'll
question on temporary or I guess a short-term type of arrangement when there's no consensus. We're not there yet. We don't think we'll get there either. We're hoping that all parties will come to some agreement and consensus, and that what we're striving for is the actual final draft Nunavut land use plan. Knowing and understanding that this is this will be a historical document and the largest land use plan of its kind, covering the whole of Nunavut. Basically, what we requested was just for an extension, a nominal extension, just for the purposes of ensuring that all parties, as well as communities through the various hunters and trappers organizations or their regional wildlife boards, are able to provide all that information to the Planning Commission. And as I suggested, it would be just weeks, not months. But I don't think there would be a need for any interim arrangement based on the fact that we are still aiming for the final draft of the Nunavut land use plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Solomon. Abraham Kamenik, Sanaga HTO. Federal government have mentioned that there are some budgets, and I brought it up, perhaps the budget that was questioned would be towards this process. I don't see anything that is really happening with Nunavut climate change, and new housings, dwellings up in Nunavut should really reflect what is coming in the future. Well-built units and the units that are to be used and shipped to Nunavut should reflect the federal government policy regarding safe homes, climate geared homes, and it is also a problem in Nunavut that the houses, the units are so overcrowded because of high heat sometimes, and perhaps due to sanitary, that many of the occupants are getting sick, and the health to these overcrowded units are a problem. And I think a lot of budget geared for Nunavut has been wasted a lot. And perhaps Nunavut Planning Commission should also be concerned of units coming up north for the betterment of Nunavut land use plan and its people. Thank you. Answer, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your question, Terry Aula, Government
Affairs Canada.
And as I answered a previous questions in relation to climate change, federal government is very concerned, and there are some budgets towards this area. We are pretty much aware of the problem in Sanagayak, your concerns and the climate changes that you are experiencing due to the low shoreline in your community. And federal Nunavut government is also aware how the problems in your area can be looked at. I would like to give you questions to you and Jonah. How financial assistance can be had towards the questions and the problems that you have mentioned, and we will be answering your questions anytime. Thank you, Johnny Mike. Thank you, Chair. Johnny Mike Pagnaktok, HTO Fisheries. I'm representing my organization in the community. Thank you for your being here. Terry, it's been a while. I didn't realize that you were in government hierarchy now. It's okay, it's fine. Article 11. In Nunavut Agreement, Article 11, it says that the Nunavut Planning Commission and that your answers as you sit there, your questions could have been much sweeter to me and to the table around here. And over the years, and my father's dog slaughter era, and people of Nunavut who were forced to relocate, and some attending federal school days. And today, and the apologies have been mentioned time and time again. And I don't think this problem from over the years have really come to the pass. And this includes resolving Inuit Nunavut, and it appears that none of us are making sense when it comes to deciding on what Nunavut settlement area is. When it's discussed, it's in a way a lot of evasive answers, and where it should have been straightforward discussion. For instance, the shoreline, the 12-kilometer zone where Canadian seaway is, and that is very clear. We also have concerns beyond Nunavut Canadian waters, especially in the fishing industry. And all these have to be looked at. And in the discussions, nothing has really been concrete. There's a plea from Pangnektok HTO, especially in and other Baffin region communities. There are a lot of resources. And United Nations have made a special proclamation that relates to indigenous population of the world, and we are included. Have you ever noticed their ideas on how indigenous population should be looked at? If you were to adhere to that proclamation of United Nations, your presentations could have been much sweeter. We are looking for solutions, and especially when United Nations have identified many indigenous nations and their organization people and Government of Canada. When will you start taking that step that was taken? When will you start doing things? And another topic on beluga whales. And Pangnektok has been mentioned a few times that we have 2 species in our area. And beluga whales calving areas. In one species we have a quota where we can harvest, and HTO in our community and the membership has been harvesting in that area where quotas are set. I just want to clarify, we do these harvesting at our well. We go where we can as Inuit. This is for your information. And there was also discussion on Inuit Kauimaya, and that is supposed to be a policy, whatever it is, wildlife or something, some other related to this topic. Many would want to follow Inuit Kauimaya. We have talked about it, but not in depth. And our traditional knowledge on calving areas of these species, beluga whales, and we need to know for sure that our requests, our needs are followed and listened to. And other areas, Cumberland Sound, the south side, all of the area, probably at one time the whole area was a calving area from the past, and probably Nunavut Planning Commission is probably aware of this area. They say that they are concerned with terrestrial and marine planning. Cumberland Sound is mentioned in Nunavut Agreement, and I don't know why there are discussions from the original agreement now are being discussed differently. So, Chair. And another topic. The boundaries that you have imposed on this process. What is it going to be? What are you looking at? How are you thinking of land parcels that should be rezoned? HTO in Pangnectok is very concerned on marine and terrestrial mammals. We want to do our best to protect these areas. Thank you. Answer, please. Thank you, Chair. And your questions, Terry Aula. You have many concerns, and you made points in some of them what the solution should be. And my opinion and your questions will be answered in English.
How will the Government of Canada address its commitments with respect to United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the principle of free, prior, and informed consent? And I'll try and respond to that in the context of what Mr. Mike had said about international aspects and what we need to do on the international side of things. As part of its guiding principles, respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous people, the Government of Canada recognizes that meaningful engagement with Indigenous peoples aims to secure their free, prior, and informed consent when Canada proposes to take actions which impact them and their rights, including their lands, territories, and resources. The concept of free, prior, and informed consent means that obtaining consent must be at the center of the Crown's consultation efforts. In the early days, in living memory, decisions were being made from the top down. We're now looking to the communities and wanting decisions being made from the communities up. And we respect, as the Government of Canada, those that have lived where they've been living throughout history, and that we want those people to be able to provide us the direction, as well as to ensure that they are giving all the information and are given the opportunity to have that free, prior, and informed consent. Inuktitut?
Indigenous people that you have mentioned how they would be benefited and what the solution would be. We have to work on what we hear from you, especially on Nunavut Agreement has made it possible to do our direction, especially this Article 11. It's a real progress, it's a real process, and people are participating, Nunavummiut are participating, what their needs are according to land claims agreement, especially the Nunavut planning process. And on this final hearing, the final draft, once it's approved, federal government will work on this model, how things should shape in Nunavut area. The land use planning process. And in this last public hearing on proposed draft land use plans, when signatories have approved, it would have to be regulated, policies followed in Nunavut area, and on Nunavut planning project, NUPA have to be adhered to. And NTI, Government of Nunavut, will have to work together. How they would work towards approving the draft land use plan. And your question, there are concerns about limited use zones and especially in Nunavut Inuit-owned lands, the parcels. And I've heard that it was 42% of the land mass. And Kikaktani Inuit Association, NTI, briefly spoke on Inuit-owned lands because as landowners, they have authority of these land parcels. This would be an ideal situation. Does that answer your question? Johnny? Thank you, Chair. Johnny Mike, Pagnacto HTO, Fisheries. And your response to Indigenous question and your reply that the Nunavut population will be advising, but we have not heard this. It's unreal to us, especially on whale situations. Federal government surveillance aircraft. We see it flying, but why have we no responses? All it does is to fly over us, and can we receive information from this aircraft? So in Nunavut planning process, what boundaries are there? And you, as a federal government, you claim that Inuit selections of the lands are real, and this aircraft, for many years now, federal government aircraft, perhaps doing some surveillance. Clearly, it says that's what their job is. And they fly over Inuit-owned lands while people are harvesting species they are harvesting. There have never been any indications as to what the findings are of these surveillances. I'm not directly criticizing, but I am mentioning that I am never informed. We need to know the wildlife population in Nunavut. We have been looking for answers for many years and no response from Government of Canada. The planning process, especially to Pagnactok population, of the whale population, mammal species, terrestrial, harvesters, campers would know how it's planned. Thank you.
Next name I have is Ben. Maybe I lost my voice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Commission. Ben Kubik from Amarok Hunters and Trappers, Iqaluit Fisheries too. Looking at the wildlife organizations, I felt small when we're here as hunters and trappers organizations, as we see the federal government, there are answers to our questions, but we know Inuit Kawima Yatukangit and the limited understanding of the planning process. I was envious as the federal government, the hunters and trappers that you see here, we get funding from the federal government for our operations. And we know the organizations have a lot of knowledge and are unified on any given issue. But I was envious, those of us in front of the Commission, for our purposes, for our hunting grounds near our communities, the ocean, the land, the waters. I'm trying to say that the Qikiqtalik Wildlife Board, for example, has a biologist, researcher, for serving the 12 communities is too much work for one person in terms of planning. They didn't come around. There are issues, Mr. Chairman, and for example, so you'll understand, we have over 4,000 members in Iqaluit to the Hunters and Trappers Association, and our AGM, our funding is the same as what is divided around the table for the work done on behalf of the associations. We won't get any additional funding, as we get the same kind of funding as the smallest Nunavut community. If I don't want to point fingers, but you look at Sanikiluak and their annual operations for their members aren't that many, and they receive the same kind of funding, although we have 4,000 members. That is a struggle for our organization as the capital and a central location for many organizations, that we end up dealing with issues here locally. So Terry can hear when we have a lot of non-beneficiaries in town that are granted rights under the claim assignment of rights, and we are aware that we can assign our rights, but it relates many times to finances, and that it relates to planning for our annual money. Our hunters gathered together trying to work on maps. Yes, we are part of a fisheries as well. We make additional funds at the annual general meeting. We use dedicated funds. I'm telling you, Terry, the Hunters and Trappers Associations need adequate funding to hire a technical writer. As I stated, the Iqaluit Wildlife Board has a technical writer. We envy that. For our little offices, we have an office here. I can say we can barely put proposals together. And in terms of being prepared, I know I have more questions, but for the planning process and for the presentations we see, we're not at all caught up with many issues, and that we have been left behind in the work. It's more complicated, that we need advisors to help us focus. We've gone through a lot of stuff this week. We could probably sit another 5 days with all the questions that we want to ask. And as Inuit, you are aware, we try not to rock the boat. We would question people, chairmen, and we in turn do not focus our own selves. And we have been told by our chairperson that the questions aren't focused to the plan, so we don't get a lot of responses to questions. We hardly ever meet as a big group like this. I just want to recognize the chair that focusing the discussion. We need help in funding to help the planning process and to hire writers that can write the technical requirements when you talk about an overlapping boundary. What parameters do they have that makes them overlap? And some of the areas ourselves we say is overlapping. And for the commission, don't mark too much of the land. And based on Inuit Kauyimayatukangit to be included in the planning process, and so from our manager or advisor, don't mark too much because they're going to have to approve it. The federal government might say no if it's too big. So these are the parameters with which we try to operate. we need advice, we can write. The Commission tells us we can write, but don't mark too much. And then the Government of Canada might say no. These are some of the apprehensions we have. I just want to lighten my load, so I'm not upset. I just feel inadequate as Ben Kubik from Amago. I kind of understand what's going on and the workload that I have. I want to lighten it up as well. I don't want to leave comments that I should have said when I go out that I'll regret not saying before that January 10th date. We might not be done. That we might not be done before that date, Mr. Chairman. When we first started, we kind of had expectations that during our individual presentations to the planning process that maybe that I thought I would see maps related to our community. There was none. And I thought, Mr. Chairman, we won't see them. As we've been told, we're trying to mark too much land. And it's showing now. The maps that we marked in the Iqaluit aren't showing up. And you're marking too much land, maybe. But I'm trying to talk to Terry that we have inadequate funds. As an association, we receive the same funds for operations from the Canadian government, and through that process, we know we require more funds, but we would like an increase that we could get the support that we need when coming to meetings. Here's what you need to focus on. The kind of advice that would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm rambling a bit. I'm trying to lighten my knapsack on my back. There's more in my knapsack. Thank you. Thank you. Before we get to a response and before we go for lunch, I don't want to limit discussion, but we have to focus our discussions, and I keep refocusing the discussion when this process started, that the federal government's going to be here, the Nunavut government's going to be here, NTI's going to be here, the Inuit Association is going to be here, Qitingmiut, Kibadlik, Qikiktaluk organizations. There are many questions we are aware, and I'm trying to focus as a chairman to the work at hand and not go outside. We seem to be ahead of the agenda, and that we want to proceed. We're on schedule with the agenda. I don't just want to limit discussion, but it has to be for the work. I know you have questions for others, but we are here to talk about the land use plan, and that's what I keep stating as the chairman. I'm not trying to limit your discussions with others, but that, and they have been available to answer questions. We too don't see them all the time, and we need to hear responses to our concerns. I understand the opportunity for responses regarding issues or problems we're dealing with. So as a chairman, I'm trying to focus the discussion. I'm sorry. And when you claim just to be an Inuk, just an ordinary person, I want to defend you when the claim under the land claims agreement, when we are considering the work, the oral presentations that Inuit provides will be part of the consideration. And from when this process started, we have from the government, from NTI and others, from the general public, not just in here. And we had a Northern Quebec Mute were here in 2017 and marking lands. It's evolving, and that it's work in progress as well. And I also want to state the words we hear. Sometimes we don't have an immediate response, and to understand more, we won't get consensus on everything, but we are here to listen to all related to the work set out through the claim. And even before I sat in this chair, this work was underway. And the work today that we are doing, it's the words that we hear will adjust. Not everything will be included. Not all your words will be included. And we hear a lot of similarities. And to hear regarding the work that we're doing, it won't be, it's a living document that we will be able to adjust in the future. If communities have a concern or desire to change the land use plan, then there will be the opportunity to adjust it. It will take time, and it will be adjustable. It won't be set that it, and we are trying to include all the comments we hear from the Inuit, from the government, from the Inuit organizations, and that is the purpose of our work that we will have to make decisions on. We'll come back after lunch. There was another name, but we'll come back after lunch. Thank you for the comments. To Ben, Terry Audla, Canada Government Kunginit, Government Hakuni, Ben.
And I am aware of the historical underfunded HTOs. It's always been like that for the longest time, and I know that you guys play a crucial role when it comes to the wildlife and the environment in Nunavut, and that you have a large undertaking when it comes to what we want to hear as the Government of Canada, the Nunavut Planning Commission, and all the others. There's always these differing pulling at the HTOs, and the HTOs I know are underfunded when it comes to their true mandate as to the wildlife management aspects and the environmental considerations that need to be taken into place. And knowing, understanding the Nunavut Agreement and how it's set up, there are opportunities where during the contract renewal of the implementation of the Nunavut Agreement, that's something that we can put more emphasis on with respect to the underfunded HTOs and what we can do to try and bring about more funding in that aspect. And we'll certainly put that into consideration for the purposes of renewing the implementation contract. And know and understand that we do provide, as the Government of Canada, a lot of funding for the purposes of ensuring that the community concerns and HTO concerns are being brought forward, so that it's included in the land use planning process. Just very briefly, the funding that's been provided to the Nunavut Planning Commission, starting from 2015-16, for that year it was $7 million, and then for the 2016-17 it was in the area of $10 million, and then 17-18 just a little over $5 million, 18-19 $5 million, 19-20 $6.6 million, 2021 $5.6 plus another $2 million, $5.8 million, 2021 2022 $8 million, 8.2 million, 2022 2023 just over $11 million, for a total of about $46 million. And what we hope, through providing those funds to the Nunavut Planning Commission, that they're able to carry out their mandate and include the HTOs and the communities in the whole planning process. And I know and understand where you're coming from, Ben, when it comes to the under-resourced aspects of the HTO, considering that your funding levels have not changed, and it's not necessarily reflective of the actual number of members within each of the communities that you used in your example between Iqaluit and Iqaluit. But that's something that we would want to work together on to see what we can do to bring about more adequate resources for the HTOs to provide all of that. Because what you guys do is crucial. It's an amazing tool for everybody that's involved when it comes to planning and the Government of Canada's initiatives. I'll use the polar bear as an example, in ensuring that when it comes to the endangered species aspects of considerations for the polar bear, we really heavily lean on the HTOs. Just like someone said from the Iqaluit Wildlife Board, that what you guys provide is based on 365 days a year of experience of on the land and the environment that you're faced with, and the extreme conditions that you're faced with, as well as the crucial role that you have within each of the communities when it comes to food security. We see it, we hear it, and I want to be able to work together to see what we can do to bring about more confidence in the resources that you have and what we can do to address the under-resourced aspects of what it is that you guys would like to do, and then go from there. This is guaranteed not the end of our discussions, and for sure I'll be reaching out to yourselves as well as the regional wildlife boards and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, to ensure that we can work together. Because the one thing we don't want to happen is to have one aspect of the Nunavut dynamic excluded based on under-resources. So just keep that in mind, Ben, and huyan nami for that, and we'll certainly keep working together to see what we can do to make improvements. Huyan nami tivota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Sharon has some housekeeping items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallock, Executive Director of the Planning Commission. Just before we go for lunch, there's new people that are here. The Legion, as long as you show, if you're a registered participant, we'll let you go and eat over there. And today they have specials for lunch. It's a prime rib special they wanted us to announce for $20. And you're allowed to go there for dinner as well. And tonight is steak night. So anybody that wants to go to the Legion, you're welcome. We don't pay for that. You pay for that. But you're welcome to go eat there. And just a reminder, please lock your vehicles out front. We're not responsible if you don't lock your vehicles and things are missing. So please pay attention and lock your vehicles. And we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you. What I notice, it is Pimarikaktut Nunay. Like maybe your dad used to live there, or you know that there's fish there, it's a valued component. So it's easier to say Nuna Sunakaktu kaya Neronaikuta or Pimarikaktu on the land. Because if you translate their words, it doesn't make sense, like setbacks. Setbacks, one of their stupid words too. And then when they try to translate it, it becomes a really crazy translation because they just they're at the table from the federal government. We have two names still from the floor, from the communities. And Terry wanted to speak first.
Ja, goedemiddag, Tevota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Terry Outlaw, Crown Indigenous
Terry
Relations,
Outlaw.
Northern Affairs, Canada. Just to clarify a response I had provided to Mr. Ben Kovic. When I listed out the funding that's provided to the New Planning Commission, I added the supplementary and the core funding in those figures, but on an annual basis it's in the range of about $5 million per annum. And then there's supplementary with respect to what they need to do for hearings purposes and stuff like that. There isn't necessarily any funds provided to the NPC to have intervener type of funding arrangements where the HDOs could have their own technical teams, stuff like that, but that's all separate from what was identified. I just wanted to clarify that, just so that there's no confusion. And at the same time, the funding that is provided is mostly for the purposes of ensuring that the appropriate people are in the room when the hearings happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Paul is next. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Kwasa, City Councilor, City of Iqaluit. Welcome, Terry, and your guests. Good day, good afternoon. I think I've been speaking the same questions for those that come up to speak to us. First, to say that we have the freedom of speech and they're here to listen. It's not personal, but we're speaking our minds, and that process is proceeding. I wanted to state that first. I'll speak English.
The ones who selected those Inuit-owned lands across Iqaluit, well, across Nunavut, including Iqaluit, Pangnuktu, everywhere, I guess. Just a question on your submission. Is your submission based on Inuit feedback concerning Inuit-owned lands? And if so, could you, I would be interested in seeing a record of community consultations that supports this position concerning Inuit-owned lands. And I mean, that's the question I keep asking to each and everyone who sits here and talks about Inuit-owned lands. because those are very important provisions in our Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, and they're very dear to our hearts, all the communities. Those were selected for a very important purpose, and that was to protect them, those Inuit-owned lands. And that is one of the other reasons why we ensured that we had national parks. Those parks are already protected, are also protected. When Inuit were selecting lands, they were identifying those so those could be protected for our future generations, and that was the vision of the negotiators, the communities. So, just going back to my question, I hope you still have the question. So, tagbungan no katoy nakto nga inyo nakutingin ni Pedro Takakson.
Question on Inuit-owned land. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed.
Goedemiddag, it's about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. I said earlier in a response, that's all I'll say about that. But because you asked Paul, and first I want to recognize Paul Hoessa. He's been a long-time Nunavut leader, and as well as one of the early negotiators. So first of all, I want to give a round of applause for Paul. And that's not to butter you up or anything, because I'm going to give a response. But Paul used to be my boss as well back in the Baffin Regional Inuit Association days. I've been listening to a lot of the discussion surrounding Inuit-owned lands, limited use designations, and sort of the extent of the limited use designation sort of overlapping Inuit-owned lands, about 42% or so. And we rely on what's in the claim. You very well know, Paul, that the people that negotiated this document had a lot of forethought and were thinking way beyond the present day into the future and what might happen. So there's a lot of beauty in the design of the agreement, and it's part of the reason why we're here today before the Nunavut Planning Commission, an Institute of Public Government where Inuit and Crown are working together to ensure that all the views of the Inuit from the communities are being heard. This question on the purposes of Inuit-owned lands, I've read out what was in the Nunavut Agreement, and we as a government of Canada rely on the duty to consult aspect of what's required in finalizing the Nunavut land use plan, and we turn to the Inuit organizations for that purpose. So we work in collaboration with Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, the regional Inuit associations, who happen to be also the title holders to the Inuit-owned land. So we rely on them for their feedback as to whether or not these Inuit-owned lands are being managed in such a way that it's really about their self-determination. And this is what we've said in our presentation, is that we agree with what Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated is saying, and we agree with the regional Inuit associations. We understand that limited use designation would protect or further protect the lands that Inuit hold dear in their communities for whatever purpose, the cultural significance, the harvesting significance, wildlife habitat, which is also identified within the purposes of Inuit-owned lands. The one point I want to make is that because Inuit had selected these areas specifically for their own ownership, and that the rest remain either Crown or Commissioner's land, that these areas were held in the highest regard by the Inuit to ensure that they had say as to who steps on those lands and how those lands are used. So we still respect the title holder aspect of it, and we respect that it was there were many days of negotiations where people were fighting hard to ensure that Inuit retained title to these specific areas. And I'll emphasize that we rely on the title holders to ensure that they are representing the people that they represent, the Inuit. And I've heard a response, I think it was Levi Barnabas, where within their management regime for Inuit-owned lands, they do include the community land and resource committees, who are representatives from the HTOs, the hamlets, the elders, the women and youth. And in that way, they've tried to set up to ensure that there's inclusivity and that no one is being missed within the community. I know and understand people around this table here from the HTOs and hamlets, they represent very specific individuals as well when it comes to harvesting and the environment and the community of which they live. But we have to keep in mind that there's a lot more people that rely on our decision making as well that we have to keep in mind. So tema kiuvunga manna. Hoyanami.
Just a reminder to put your phones on silent mode. I was hearing cell phones. Paul, more questions, Paul? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Kwasa, City Councillor Iqaluit. Thank you for your response, Terry. Also, the Inuit organizations, I too asked them this question, whether they actually consult the communities, and that if we look at a person, Baker Lake, Welko, Pagnakto, Kikaktaktua, they're identified in the communities. That's why they should, are they really consulting communities maybe for suggested improvements and questions to come in? That's why I question, as a city councillor, maybe I don't see issues talking about Inuit-owned land. That's just a comment. In conclusion, it was mentioned military sites, national defense sites. Our mayor mentioned this earlier. The markings on the map, where it is written.
Assigned a valued socioeconomic components land use designations, and the Government of Canada wishes to clarify its definition and what planning considerations are afforded as a result? I just wanted to get a bit more clarification just on that particular statement that you have under 2.7 operations at Department of National Defense sites.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Terry.
Vota,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you
Greg
don't mind,
Matthews,
I can have Greg Matthews speak to the issue. If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Goedemiddag, Tivota, Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. If I could ask the questioner to repeat the question so we're clear on the question, if the chair permits. Goedemiddag.
Goedemiddag, Tivota. Paul Quassa,
City Councillor Iqaluit.
Just on the on one of your recommendations concerning national defense sites, you state that the Government of Canada wishes to clarify its definition and what planning considerations are afforded as a result. Can you clarify that statement? I just want to get a bit more understanding of what it is trying to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Matthews, Department of National Defense, Government of Canada. So the clarification stems from a conversation we had in the 2016 review, in which that there was concerns expressed by the the communities in which we operated that all activities were prohibited, and that's not the message we were trying to convey at that time. So we have been having conversations with NTI and those communities into probably making a clearer definition into this release of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny has wanted to ask. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and Marine and on the depths of the ocean, whales, that we see an area that's protected. Perhaps they didn't understand that Inuit, from what the government sets under the claim that says that, in terms of self-determination to defend our wildlife. And I am speaking, I didn't get an answer. We saw a film that shipping is complete, that is not what we're talking about, where you stop discussion. For us, when we want to comment, we have to better understand that they are free to speak, and then when we ask, they do not allow our question. If I didn't see the film, I probably wasn't going to speak, but to do with the Commission, the transportation routes through the air, through the water, through the land, through the ice. And Mr. Chairman, he would have answered on his presentation, how it's going to affect us, and this has to improve. We realize that I'm speaking as an Inuk. The Canadian government regarding the support and management of whales based on Iqaluit, not the government's law. I want that noted, that I'm speaking regarding Article 11.
Special attention to Inuit. Inuit homeland.
For me, it's in the strong word. If I'm the only one being looked after reading that, the rest of it don't matter. Not the way I see it. So, for us from the wildlife organizations, we didn't have much of a presentation. And this, I saw an airplane shipping in Nunavut. I saw we want to also be defended. I'll give that to you. Like that, it affects me, it affects Inuit, it affects hunters, it affects animals. This that I mentioned, because we know Department of Fisheries and Oceans through the Canadian government on fisheries management, environment, wildlife management. It's your mandate, what I'm trying to say. If that's the way it's going to be, it needs to be like this for this region. Department of Fisheries and Oceans only deal with their mandate to the lakes, that they have jurisdiction around Pagnikto on Inuit-owned lands. So following the claim, that's how it is. What makes it a hindrance that I want to be noted, that we've been monitored and the boundaries and calving grounds of whales as Pagniktong Mute, not controlled by others, because we have our own strength and that's how we manage wildlife. This government will fly around and maybe they're catching too many whales. Maybe they finished their quota. We've seen that. That when they give it to you, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do as the commission? What are you going, if we don't speak, we're trying to change your mind. That's what we want. That was why I wanted to speak. I didn't get an answer. Are you going to be like that about Inuit-owned lands on the presentation by the government on Inuit-owned lands for Inuit landowners and waters? We're dealing with a lot of ocean-related issues in Pagniktok. We have a lot of fish. There is no fisheries officer, but there's a lot of work. There's turbot, whales, char, and other that what they planned. It just going to trample my mind. You have to be concerned about that. This is quite heavy issue that we're talking about. So I'm concerned that I want to at least feel better coming out of here, going home. I hope I'm understandable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Terry wants to respond.
Yeah, goedemiddag.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Johnny.
Terry Oudla, Crown Indigenous
Terry Oudla.
Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
Canada government.
How you it?
Just know, Johnny, our submission to the Commission and will be inclusive of the Inuit have the opportunity and that they have an avenue to voice their concern based on the land claims agreement and who will ultimately do the work and manage and who will manage wildlife, for example.
Article 5, Part 2, Establishment of Nunavut Wildlife Management Board. Again, it's an institute of public government. Crown, Inuit working together. Similar to that as the Nunavut Planning Commission. The video that was presented, it showed a pilot project that happened in Iqaluit, and that currently it's being viewed as to how well that process worked, so that Inuit are included in part of the marine management aspects of things as it relates to transportation. And the examples include a dynamic collaborative process with specified critical times based on Inuit Hayumayutahangit. And they also include communications processes between, say, a vessel operator or a proponent and the local hunters and trappers organization. And that pilot project in the Iqaluit, as mentioned before, included protective measures such as reduction of speed, the amount of traffic in the area, sensitive areas for wildlife. And there was also one thing I wanted to clarify too with respect to the surveillance, air surveillance that you've been noticing. We're going to be reaching out to DFO to gather more information and provide that to you as to the frequency and for what purpose and so on. But the one thing that I want to emphasize here is that whatever we provide to the Nunavut Planning Commission, we want to make sure that we cross all our T's, dot all our I's, and make sure that what you're saying from Panakto and what others are saying from the communities are included in some form and that they're provided to the Planning Commission. Nothing's perfect right now, but we're trying to get there, and we're always trying to get there. The more we include the communities within the decision making, the better. Like I said before, Iqaluit is second to none, in my opinion, when it comes to the Nunavut land and marine mammals, as well as the harvesting aspects of it. And it's an amazing tool that the government of Canada can utilize and help manage the very important resources, renewable and non-renewable. So keep that in mind, and I hear you. And I'll try and continue forever and a day to work with you and to ensure that all the Iqaluit aspects and Ismalutaks are being included or somehow listened to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good. Last Lucy has asked to ask a question. Thank you. I want to last Lucy Iqaluit Hamlet and Pagniktok. My comment, as we were invited here for us to comment and speak our minds. Some of the questions or comments are not included or allowed. I am a hunter, and I know you're all hunters here that are here. And I want to state, as a hunter, we would be interviewed. Where are the animals? Where is what? And in the questioning, maybe we won't be asked anymore. Now that the land is marked, limiting access, we cannot access those sites anymore. Perhaps for bear denning areas that we were questioned about, but maybe we won't be able to go to those sites anymore. Bear denning areas. Even I, as a hunter, and cannot go there anymore. That's the way I understood it. What, Mr. Chairman, were we invited to see what we're discussing? For us as elders, we see from our youth, we wanted to see these improvements that we can use. And there, as an elder, that we had leadership in the community, a wise leader, to ensure everyone's well-being. If they were hungry, he would send his workers or hunters to they're already going hunting. We who had parents, and were many of us today, I trying to comment that I will return to my community and see a finished product. I have children, I have grandchildren. I will be asked, what were we talking about? What meetings were you at, and what did they resolve at the meeting? My grandchildren want to know what's going on. And I should say that I want to note that, let me speak a bit more. Nunabutungavik. We're in Pangnikto. For fisheries on the commercial and identifying lakes that for commercial purposes. Are we going to be like that? That we won't need licenses anymore? As they sought our opinion. Is the Commission going to finalize this work? And what Iqaluit mentioned today, that if you prepare, that there'll be some issues we're not happy with, that you will hear how well we'll be spoken to. Thank you for this opportunity to meet. Thank you. Thank you. And to restate, the red area that is based on Inuit culture, Inuit hunting, Inuit activities, that it will not affect that. As we've been saying, those red areas for mineral or oil and gas limitations for those areas, but for Inuit hunting and traveling, that you aren't affected in any way, as that's already spelled out in the land claim. And we are here to listen, as I've been saying. We are here to have hearings. And that I have to remind those of us here, your comments are being heard. And they will help us, guide us in our decisions. And we aren't here to argue, we're here to listen to you. That is the purpose of this hearing, for all of you to have an opportunity. And I wanted to remind that where we hunt in the red areas, their hunting rights won't be affected. I hope that's clear. What Lasa Lucy mentioned. I have more speakers. Is it check? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it check? Hamlet of Kingite. I want to speak regarding wildlife in the Arctic, bears especially, and other animals are conserved by the government, and that when the bears are a danger to the communities that am sitting here, I'm happy to be involved, because I would have been taken by a bear. He was so close to me, running at me, and he tried to get me. And I couldn't even put a bullet in my gun. It happened so fast. I was helped by some unknown external source that protected me. I want to say that the bears and the caribou are being listed as threatened. We know through traditional knowledge, our grandfathers would know regarding the wildlife as a food source that before they were kablunad up here, this now that the government needs to be reminded that this is our continued food source in the Arctic. And as a food source, we know up here in the north, for that reason, the government, in their efforts to conserve animals in the Arctic, that they use Inuit Iqaluit, that they consult Inuit and the communities, affected communities, based on Inuit Iqaluit, that they seek knowledge what areas they might want help in. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I don't have any more names. Nunavik, any questions to the presenters? Okay, two of them, he'll go after him. Adam Iqaluit, Iqaluit, Chairman of Angubiga Hunters Trappers Association. I want to ask, are you responsible for wildlife management? Oh, I was speaking, sorry. Proceed. Mr. Chairman, and for the question.
Understand the question correctly, there's multiple departments that are responsible when it comes to the management of wildlife. So that could be Canadian Wildlife Service, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and other departments as well. But here in the Nunavut context, we try and do that through what's in the Nunavut Agreement. There are some similar initiatives happening as well in Nunavik when it comes to co-management. So here it's the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board and the Institutes of Public Government, the HTOs, as well as Government of Nunavut, and again various departments within that. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Proceed. Iqaluit, Iqaluit, Hunters and Trappers Chairman. I want to say, in defense of my Inuit here, the research work that's happening is not accurate in wildlife management, and that we are the ones that know the animals, the researchers that determine numbers of animals, that know properly how to count animals, that we've been dealing with wildlife management saying our animals are disappearing, and we see there's lots of animals. We need support from the government, from you, that you also have monitors that will support Inuit for the departments doing their own work. That's what I wanted to mention, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Behind you as well. State your name. Adami, I'm the mayor and Pubernakto, vice chair of the Hunters and Trappers Association. Between Nunavut and Nunavik, there are different traditions, styles. The Nunavut have more flexibility, especially related to whales. When we hunt, we enjoy hunting, we smile. That's how we are. That's the way we see you currently when we hunt. When we see whales, we're frowning and we're upset because we've hit the law when we go hunting today. That's how it is. We used to have freedom to hunt the animals that we have, and those that Nunavut and Nunavik should be similar policies related to wildlife management, that we have same rules for Inuit, that it relates to wildlife management, and we hit the law many times that we go a long distance, and when we're hunting we would be like that to enjoy it, but we are scared of laws and that the supplies and the gas are a very big concern as well. It would be good to have similar rules for Inuit of the different regions. It would be better for us. This I have thought about. Let's say the whale, that we have different rules and that we are limited. The season opens in November when the season is over, and the ice is not good for boating. So they're trying to limit our hunting activities in that way, that the desires of Inuit, and that you're looking at laws for us that we should be the same in Quebec related to hunting as the Inuit are treated in Nunavut. That's my concern. Thank you. Thank you. Johnny? Eli? Thank you. Eli Angayok Iqaluit, Hunters and Trappers Chairman, and I'm also the mayor of the community. I will try and speak English for you.
Through the waters of Nottingham Island and Salisbury Island. It has not yet been implemented to pass a moratorium for the sea mammals and wildlife that needs to be protected from the increasing sound of the ships, spacecrafts, and whatever have you that pass by. And this planning commission, I don't know who I would direct this to. Maybe it's the guy with a turban hat, Shadjet. He's the guy under Canada Transport. You said earlier that you will abide by the Planning Commission implementation, and you're going to stick with it. But here I am, concerned with the walrus, concerned with the ships that pass by, which are increasing there in Salisbury Island. And we both have jurisdictions 50-50. So under Planning Commission, I want to state that there should be a moratorium for at least 5 to 10 miles from the basking site, basking island for the walrus. Okay, that's that. And also, we're never going to find, the Planning Commission will never find a perfect, holier than thou planning text. We'll never find a perfect perfect text. There's no way in the world nobody gets a perfect planning. So I suggest you move ahead with what you have. Besides, it's a living program, or whatever you call that. And you can always adjust accordingly whatever there is a problem with it. So, sa pagkamnail si, sa pagkamnail da. Sa pagtot, kalat sa ulit lurak ko.
Do the work. We won't get a perfect plan the first time, so we can improve the plan, and so I would suggest that we come up with a draft plan that can be discussed to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. Terry said some others might be able to answer. If he can't answer, Terry?
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Thank you for those words, and for the areas in question when it comes to Nottingham Island, those islands within the area of equal use and occupancy. Adami Delisle Alaku spoke to those as well, and I heard the previous issues and concerns that were brought forward from Puvanlatuk and Iqaluit. Know that the Government of Canada will be working with both Nunavut and Nunavut in those areas of co-management, and that the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, the Nunavut Planning Commission, the Nunavut Impact Review Board, and the Nunavut Water Board have provided for joint management. So we have people from Nunavut sitting on as either commissioners or as part of the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board side of things. And for the questioner right now, when it comes to the inshore traffic and ship traffic, we'll take that into consideration as well, and work with the Department of Transport. If Jaydeep Johar wants to speak or respond to some of that, I'll provide that to him, or provide that opportunity, if you permit, Mr. Chair?
Do you want to add, if he can comment? He wants to comment?
And Mr. Chair, it's mostly in relation to how, what methodology would be used for the purposes of identifying areas that may be sensitive to ship traffic.
Proceed, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jaideep Johar, Transport Canada. In addition to what Terry has mentioned, I think it would be good to know whether those restrictions or proposed restrictions are already there in the Nunavut land use plan with regards to protecting walrus. If they are there, then we can look at the measures to protect, which we already have. And if they are not there, then I can surely look into this concern with regards to protecting marine mammals, similar to what we did for South Anton and Coates Island. So further information would really be appreciated to look into it and to communicate with the vessels as required. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Terry, do you want to add? Sorry. We have two more questions. Our staff has a question, and he will have to depart, so he has some questions. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I had first just wanted to clarify the question regarding walrus haulouts within the areas of equal use and occupancy, and note that there currently are identified walrus haulouts with limited use designations in both of the areas of equal use and occupancy, and there are varying setback distances depending on the size of the vessels. So we have included those designations in the draft plan, and of course welcome feedback on the appropriateness of that approach. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask another question. I'll try and keep this brief, but we had asked some questions of other participants this week about jurisdiction and mandate within the areas of equal use and occupancy, and had made references to sections within both the Nunavut and Nunavik agreements. Perhaps I'd just ask if the Government of Canada has any views on the management structure that's currently in place, and whether there is any intention to prepare a more permanent structure for these areas. In particular, drawing your attention to Section 4.2.3.5 of the options and recommendations document that outlines some of these concerns, where both the Nunavut Planning Commission and the Nunavik Marine Regional Planning Commission are now mandated to establish land use plans to guide and direct land and resource use in these areas. I expect that might take a little bit of digging, but would really appreciate some interpretive guidance in your written submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Will respond to that in writing based on the fact that there's multi-jurisdictional aspects to it, being that there are different levels and different jurisdictions, province of Quebec and government of Nunavut and all other sectors. So we'll provide something to the Planning Commission once we've had the opportunity to ensure that we have a fulsome answer in written form.
Thank you. Jonathan, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would just like to note that I do appreciate the opportunity to ask additional questions before I leave. I would very much like to stay for the entirety of the hearing, but I guess you can't always get what you want. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. I don't know your name. I'm sorry. Paulusi Takiaksuk. Iqaluit. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for work in cooperation. When you look at Iqaluit, the shipping route, we want the ships to go right between the land, the furthest distance from those points of land to July, August 31st, that we have to defend our wildlife. The nesting ox on the islands and the ships come too close. It's deep waters, so they drive close to the islands where there's colonies of birds nesting. Lots of ox will lose their eggs, and the eggs are just not on a nest, and they're on a cliff, 1,200 feet sheer cliffs on the Quebec side, and there's high cliffs. Eggs, when they're nesting, should be defended seasonally, as they're being affected in numbers. That they should go right between the islands, July to the end of August. That the shipping corridor for our community of Iqaluit, that we have to defend those islands. The ocean is deep. They drive right by the side of the island when they're nesting, because it's conveniently deep to go through there, so they are affected. So we have to protect the animals. So that is what we've been told to do. So as our culture, they have given us the strength that we too will pass on to the future generations. And B, that I want to work with the industry, transport industry, to get support for Iqaluit, that we are Angubigak, Hunters and Trappers organization, and they live on those islands. I wanted to state that regarding shipping routes, to work with the government. Thank you. Thank you. Terry, did you want to comment?
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. Thank you from Iqaluit.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
To the issue there's regarding the island, that the Transport Canada regulates. If you have a concern that relates to northern Quebec and the routes that should be used, that you spoke of bird colonies, and that they be more aware. I will answer
duly noted, and the response from JDeep from Transport Canada will include that as part of the response, and it'd be always good to hear where there may be sensitive areas for wildlife purposes when it comes to marine vessel corridors and transport.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, another question? Thank you. Hunters and Trappers Association Chairperson. I just want to state between Nunavut and Nunavik, we should get our own independent researcher on wildlife numbers. We have researchers in Nunavut, we have researchers in Nunavik. We need to share this information, and thank you. Thank you. There was another arm up over here. Sorry. Yes, you may proceed. Thank you. Isa Silak, Puwak Hunters an Association member. I want to state regarding shipping, the disposal, they shouldn't change ballast waters in the north, that when it's they use ballast water to balance whether that is there rules that they aren't allowed to dump these waters. They could come from the Ontario, Quebec rivers that has pollution from the south into our waters, gets released into our waters. I mentioned this, that outside of our community there was a lot of shrimp that made even the beach smell bad. We assumed the ships might have spilled something that affected the shrimp, that a ship might have spilled some of their water in our areas. The shrimp are the food of the char, and the shrimp had died off. And what rules are in place for disposing of ballast water without the required approval? Is that the work of the federal government, or is that the communities close by, that they would be compensated? That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. Do you want to respond, Terry?
Ja,
Thank you. And thank you for the question.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
Terry Audla.
I believe the question was centered around ballast water exchange. And I'll request that Jaydeep Johar respond to that, if the chair permits.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jaideep Johar, Transport Canada. Thank you very much for your question. I will provide with information of how Transport Canada looks into the ship in managing ballast. As you are all aware that ballast is very important for the stability of the ship. Before any ship enters our Canadian waters, they are required to change their ballast. If they have taken ballast, let's say example in Europe, in Rotterdam, anywhere else in the world, but before they, or in the ocean, but before they come to our waters, they are required to exchange the ballast. Exchange of ballast in one means to protect the invasive species to come to our waters. Now with new regulations, we are asking the ships to treat the ballast also. So any ship which comes to Canadian waters needs to exchange that ballast, report to Transport Canada at least 96 hours in advance. We look at that reports from the ship, and if we find any non-conformity, we can direct the ship to leave our waters. Whenever we get an opportunity, we inspect the vessels in the Arctic. For example, going to Milne Port, going to various other ports. This year we inspected a lot of ships in Milne Port and a lot of cruise vessels. To answer your question with regards to exchange, looking at the science from Department of Fisheries and Ocean, there was a ballast exchange zone in some part of Hudson Bay and also in Lancaster Sound, which, looking into our pristine waters and looking at DFO recommendations, we have taken it out from our regulations. The only place, if the vessel is need to do some alternate exchange, is in Baffin Bay. So this is one of the examples of how we are considering the science and input from our indigenous organizations and applying to our regulations. You spoke about compensation. We have, Government of Canada has a very good compensation regime system in place, whereby if any community members feel or they are impacted by a spill, they can ask for compensation, and Government of Canada works towards providing that compensation. So there's a regime to take place and have the compensations as required. I believe that answers the questions. And also, if there is anything else out of the hearings, please feel free to contact me anytime if I can assist with anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Understood. I have no further questions from Nunavut delegates. Thank you, Chair Archiagnakak. Amok HTO. First of all, I would like to notify delegates from NTI and federal government and these two organizations appears to be in total authority of mining, non-renewable fuel drilling exploration. And I think there's not much information given out in this forum, Mr. Chair. Inuit-owned lands, there are about 9, and there are 2 that have been inspected as in concern, for instance, here in Iqaluit. Four. And I don't think I understand, and I do not like both organizations, federal government and NTI, and how else that they could answer questions when questions arise when it comes to revenue ventures. And we had this concern for many years. For instance, fisheries, and many southern companies are fishing our waters. And there are too many sports fishermen. They cast, they reel it in, show it up, take picture, and throw it back to the water. And these are our food sources, and we sell these fishes at certain amount, and we should have good ideas on how we can earn revenue from fisheries and other schemes related to wildlife. Mike Ferguson gave you a good detail how things were in this area yesterday. NTI and federal government have briefly give you descriptions in their presentations and why there is land category, limited use, mixed use sort of thing. Non-renewable resources are more important than categories that are drafted in the maps. And these 2 organizations are more concerned of creating employment for Inuit, and they have both stated that Inuit will gain employment and become self-sufficient. And after that, as HTO have concern, Inuit-owned land, federal government, parks government, and we need a lot more clarification on areas categorized. I need to hear if Transport Canada and federal government, especially cargo ships to Nunavut, and they have no firm routes that are established yet for the transport vessels to cargo vessels to travel through. And there has been mention on different sorts of vessels where they should be traveling in Nunavut. So I would like some clarification before I ask more questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Your question,
Terry
Archie.
Outlaw, Crown Indigenous
Terry
Relations Northern
Outlaw,
Affairs Canada.
federal government.
If I'm not mistaken, the question is how marine transportation routes are determined, and I'll request, if the chair permits, Jaideep Johar to respond to that.
I think there needs to be a clarification. Thank you, Chair Archie Anglakak, Mao HTO.
Maligakain dakwa ingarang nerangata tariutigun.
My understanding is very limited, and if I'm correct, it is as long as the vessel has 12 or less people in the vessel, they do not have to register that they're going to be traveling in Arctic waters.
Answer. Thank you, Chair.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs
Terry
Canada.
Again, federal
thanks
government.
for the clarification on the question, and I'll request that through the chair, if Jaideep Johar could respond.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jaideep Johar, Transport Canada. Thank you for your question. So there are two parts to the question. One is with regards to the ship's route. That's totally correct. The ships can move anywhere in the Arctic where they feel safe. There are a couple of things which should be realized. One is that Canadian Arctic is charted to the modern standards to up to only 15%, and the work is going on. So it is very imperative and very important for the ships to take a safe route. Most of the community resupply vessels which come to the Arctic, those companies have been there for ages. They know those waters very, very well. The challenges are for the new operators, and that is where Government of Canada has come up with an initiative which is called Low Impact Shipping Corridor Initiative, where we are working with stakeholders, indigenous organizations, and the industry to chart specific routes in the Arctic which are safe, taking into consideration any issues with sensitive areas or marine mammals. So that's a work being undertaken. Also, it should be noted that similar to how we drive cars, for the ships, there are collision regulations to follow, and they are very strict regulations. When they see a vessel close by, what should they be doing? When they see a fishing vessel, what they should be doing? And if we find or we are made aware that the vessel has not followed that rule and respected the rule, we will take enforcement action. As you realize that Arctic is huge, it is challenging for Transport Canada to be everywhere, and that is where we really have worked and would like to work further with our indigenous organizations to let us know if there is a ship which they think is not following any rules and regulations. And we will ensure that proper compliance is taken for those vessels. With regards to vessels reporting and being monitored, all the large vessels are required to report to MCTS, which is in Iqaluit here. And I would really request that given an opportunity, it would be a very good eye-opener to see how the vessels are managed, if given opportunity, and I can surely arrange that committees probably can visit the MCTS Iqaluit and to see the work which is being done. So the large vessels, they're required to report, and they report regularly. The challenges are with the small vessels, the small foreign pleasure crafts, where there is no reporting requirement. And these pleasure crafts, they inform Transport Canada of their voyage in advance. Sometimes they do, sometimes we are not aware. And when we are made aware, we provide information to the pleasure crafts to follow proper regulations, to avoid areas where they shouldn't be going, and most importantly, before they arrive, communicate with the communities they will be heading to. But again, I realize that there are challenges with monitoring the small foreign pleasure crafts, and we are working to looking into making the reporting mandatory for these vessels. And I will also draw your attention to the latest OAG report, Auditor's General report, which came about surveillance of Arctic waters, where it is recognized that there are challenges in monitoring the small vessels, and we are committed to work into that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stay there and stand by.
Kene me simota. Amara hoy na me kiutia viu di kavinga. Tamata mixano. Piyare tuninga di.
Whereabouts they are going, and are we on mute?
And confirming my
mute,
my limited knowledge on that, I just wanted to point out, Mr. Chair, that we understand the challenges that they have on the smaller vessels coming up here, especially with vessels that carry 12 or less. They don't have to register. And that goes back to my point to Inuit owned lands, where it does say archaeological, historical, and cultural importance. Whether it's my ancestors, Thule sites, and whaling sites, old camps, and that's what the people, the beneficiaries, have highlighted in Inuit-owned lands, because it is important to them. There's archaeological history, there's ancestral history. And with this challenge of not being able to monitor or fully find out where they're going, these sites that we're marking are very important, more important than mineral development or gas. And because they are historical, archaeological sites, we can turn that into an economic venture. Tourism. And this is what's missing from federal government and NTI. These kind of statements. Stressing the importance, being neutral and pointing out all the key factors, everything, where we can make economic happen.
Thank you, Chair. Terry, do you have an answer? Comment? Thank you, Chair. Archie, thank you for your comment, your question. Terry?
I'll go back to one of the concerns that was brought up on the two islands, jointly owned or jointly managed, as well as the migratory birds nesting sites when it comes to ship traffic. Also, the importance of specific Inuit-owned lands that may have been selected for the purposes of archaeological or historical or cultural significance. That's also something that the Government Canada, in respect of how Nunavut Tungavik or the Hikitani Inuit Association or the other regional Inuit associations make that determination as to which parcels of Inuit-owned lands are culturally significant for archaeological or historical purposes, that they also be identified either to us, the Government of Canada, Transport Canada, so that we are aware of those sites that are sensitive, so that they can be treated just the same as walrus haulouts, as an example. But let me re-emphasize that we want to take a balanced approach. We're not pro-development, nor are we suggesting that Inuit-owned lands are only for the purposes of non-renewable development. We leave that with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations. And what we're wanting to do is to ensure that there's a balanced approach to it all. We're not suggesting that culturally significant or archaeological or historical significant areas are to be disturbed for the purposes of development. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that we leave that with the Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated regional Inuit associations to help us in identifying those areas that may be highly sensitive for non-Nunavut to be approaching or visiting either through marine transport or land.
Thank you, Chair. Registered participants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley with the Friends of Land Use Planning. Hi, Terry. I'd like to ask some questions with regards to existing rights and the position of the Government of Canada. The position of the Government of Canada is that all existing rights obtained until this plan is finalized should be allowed to continue, and that even further, if those rights are obtained in an area that would be a limited use area, say for the purposes of caribou conservation, that not only those rights would continue to exist, but also that there should be unprohibited access through linear development to get to it. Under the Nunavut mining regulations, the federal government's Nunavut mining regulations, as I speak, someone could be going online and securing rights, staking within this region. Let's pick, for instance, Iqaluit. Let's say that it's not only on Crown land, but also on surface Inuit-owned land. These areas have been identified clearly as being important culturally and also for wildlife. Under the federal government's position, those rights now would carry through to any final plan, regardless. I asked the federal government, how does this respect the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the right for free and informed consent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul. Thank you,
Chair.
Paul Crowley.
And Paul Crowley.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. That's somewhat of a very broad question when it comes to any consideration of, say, implementing a moratorium on issuance of new mineral tenure or of those that are existing. We were approached in late 2015 with a request for a temporary moratorium on issuing claims, licenses, and permits to caribou calving grounds until a land use plan was complete. And we engaged with our partners, the government of Nunavut and Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, and decided that the best way forward was to pursue the completion of the Nunavut land use plan to balance the needs of economic development and wildlife and environmental protection. In the Government of Canada's view, the simplest path is for the Commission to put forward the draft plan, the final draft, that is acceptable to all three signatories. And in no way are we opening the floodgates to issuances of new mineral tenure. And at the same time, we rely on the current regulatory system that's in place, where I suggested in our presentation that it's a robust regulatory system that includes institutes of public government, the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, and in some cases the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, and within those mechanisms are opportunities for the duty to consult, which includes the free and prior and informed consent of Inuit.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Terry, for that answer. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Under this scenario and the mining regulations, Nunavut mining regulations, this company has acquired these rights, but not only just acquired them, they're not mere administrative rights. They are required to conduct work under the Nunavut mining regulations to keep those rights. Work is defined in the Nunavut mining regulations as being able to include stripping, drilling, trenching, sinking shafts, and driving adits or drifts. geological, geochemical, geophysical work, or other exploratory work approved by district geologist. A survey of the claim approved by the Surveyor General, and work done in constructing roads or airstrips to provide access to the claim. We've been hearing for days here now at this hearing and in previous hearings in Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, and Thompson Pond Inlet, what is most important to Inuit: protection of caribou, protection of wildlife, protection of calving grounds. Under the free entry system and online staking, this does not exist. There is no free, prior, and informed consent. As long as those lands are staked, those rights go before anything else. Even on Inuit-owned land, surface lands, if I'm the owner of that exploration company, I cannot be refused to go explore. Conditions can be put on how I explore, but I cannot be refused. I am having a hard time understanding how there is free, prior, and informed consent if we have been hearing for months now and years about lands that should be protected, and yet the system regulated by the federal government under the Nunavut Mining Regulations and the Territorial Lands Act undermines it. Can the federal government describe it in a different way that would give us comfort that this is not the case?
Thank you.
Thank
you, Chair Paul.
Terry Outlaw,
Thank
Crown
you.
Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. The current system in question is in line with what's provided for under the Nunavut Agreement. And when it comes to increased activities to maintain that tenure, that claim, there are regulatory requirements, application process that includes informing whichever title holder, either the Crown or Inuit-owned lands. But in that process, there is inclusion of Inuit with respect to the decision making, and when it goes on further, we have the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the Nunavut Water Board as well, which are considered co-management institutions, Inuit and Crown, working together. So I believe you're entitled to your opinion on free and informed and prior consent. But as it stands right now, when we're discussing about 4% of the all of Nunavut, where in the Government of Canada's case, we are quite comfortable with how things are progressing, as well as what's happening through the hearings as well with respect to the Nunavut Planning Commission's public hearing process and identifying limited use areas. But again, that's not currently a tool that we have. But once the plan has been finalized and signed off, that'll be yet another tool to determine where things will happen based on the plan, considering the screening process of conformity that the Nunavut Planning Commission will have a role in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Further questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Reliance on the other elements of the regulatory system requires a strong land use plan, as has been stated by the Nunavut Impact Review Board in its presentation to these hearings, where they say that deferral of broad land use planning issues to NERB's project-specific impact assessment process does not provide an effective mechanism for addressing land use planning priorities and options. It is critical then that the land use plan, as Terry has pointed out, is in place. However, existing rights and the position of the Canadian government on the existing rights can undermine much of the input that Inuit have had when it comes to protecting the most important areas. A specific example is near the community of Iqaluit, where they have been trying to protect the Boothia Peninsula, a larger area around the Boothia Peninsula, they say since 1970s, so for 50 years, to protect it for their caribou calving grounds. Last year, southeast of the community, new mineral rights were acquired. That company that acquired those rights is now by law must conduct work on those or lose them. This is not a theoretical issue. This is a real issue for some communities, and it could continue to be a real issue. Will the federal government reconsider its position with regards to withdrawing lands from possible mining staking until this process is finished and there is a plan in place? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Paul.
Thank you.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Right now, there's the Iqaluit land use plan and the Kivalliq land use plan that are currently in existence. But this Nunavut land use plan, once finalized and signed, will be the Nunavut land use plan. So for the questioner to suggest that it's like the wild, wild west when it comes to land use activities without a plan is, in my opinion, based on shaky premises. Based on the fact that we do have, again, robust regulatory systems, and knowing and understanding that the example he used for people in Iqaluit for the Boothia Peninsula, there are current discussions to look at a conservation area of some type in that area right now. And where, again, I'll clarify, when it comes to the 4%, that's a limited use zone proposed areas, 4%. For all of Nunavut, it's 2.5%. And I'll use the example just based on a recent decision by our minister, Dan Vandel, on the Phase 2 aspects of Baffinland. Because the community had concerns and the communities weren't comfortable with that advancing. Hearings happened and the regulatory system was put into place, and that the Phase 2 as proposed was not approved. So that's an example of the robust regulatory system. I don't think the sky is falling, and at the same time, we are confident in what we've done to date and will continue to do at the same time. Look forward to when the actual Nunavut land use plan comes into play, because that gives us that added layer of screening.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I'd like to change directions a little bit. The federal government position is that there should not be in the plan limitations on ice breaking in the Northwest Passage. Does this also include the Northwest Passage route that would go from west to east through Fury and Hecla Strait and down through Fox Basin and over into Hudson Strait?
Thank you. Terry?
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Questioner Paul. Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. And I promise it's not you, Paul, but I've been asking the chair for a pee break. But as it stands right now, the Government of Canada continues to support the development of a plan that balances protection and conservation measures to reduce the impacts of marine shipping with the need to support marine transportation and project development. To support this balance, the Government of Canada has recommended that where shipping restrictions are included, clear, consistent exceptions should be included in the plan to reduce impacts to vital services, such as emergency response, community resupply, and law enforcement. And the government of Canada also recommended that the plan be clear that the vessels transiting through the Nunavut settlement area, which are not part of a project, are not subject to shipping restrictions. I hope that clarifies for you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I was wondering why. Thank you. We'll take a break, 15 minutes. My apologies. Thank you.
I will.
Back off me.
Before we get back to our agenda tonight, we will be back for an evening session. We will have an evening session tonight. And we get back to the questions from registered participants. Back to Paul Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Terry, I only have one more question for you. It depends on your answer, of course. Earlier in your presentation, or in response to questions, you indicated the possibility that the federal government would support a position of having restrictions not only for walrus haulouts, migratory bird areas where there's restrictions in terms of going close and also setbacks, but that there could also be restrictions for cultural practices, harvesting areas. I'm just asking if you can confirm this position.
Thank you. Answer, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And Paul.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Yeah, that's correct, Paul. Government Canada has always supported applying restrictions that aren't necessarily related to wildlife as well. But it's something that ourselves, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada, as well as Transport Canada, along with Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations, can definitely come together and discuss those areas that may be highly sensitive for other purposes outside of wildlife, culturally sensitive, archaeological, historical aspects as considerations for restrictions on either marine traffic or land traffic. And that's something that we can definitely have more discussions on.
Thank you. Additional question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I'll cede the floor at this point. I'm sure there's others who have questions, and Terry looks eager to answer them as well.
Thank you very much. I have, for the federal government, I have one comment, which is general, one request and one question. Should be pretty simple. My comment is, I realized this some years ago when I might draw a graph of a population increase and talk about the caribou increasing, or I may draw a circle on a map and say this is where the caribou are. And Inuit would say to me, no, those are just lines on maps or lines on paper. They're not real. What are you talking about, Mike? And G2Lu yesterday told to me a very moving story about, I may get some of the facts wrong, but when he grew up in Tuvoktuak and was moved to Pangnirtung, and he said something along the lines of, through the interpreter, those places will become unknown. We knew the bears, we knew the caribou, we knew the foxes, we knew the berries, we knew the wolves, and so on. In other words, they know a place. When Inuit draw circles on maps, and I will say that other people have spoken, other Inuit have spoken from that kind of point of view. When they draw circles on maps, the circles on the maps are just circles on paper, but what they're picturing in their minds are real places, real experiences, real wildlife, real living things, not a living document. It's a real life living. And that is something that I try and remind myself all the time of. Inuit didn't need me to say that, but I'm just passing that point of view on to other people. So now for my request to the federal government. In the submissions submitted by QWB in 2018, there are circles on maps. There are statements on paper. But behind that are the real places. Each circle is a place that means something to Inuit. So what I ask the federal government to do, they have spoken of categories or too many mixed-use areas, or there's this mining here, and so on and so forth. In order to help the QWB review the 2021 draft plan, we need a review of the places, the real places, that the federal government may agree with and may disagree with the classification and the restrictions that the QWB and the HTOs have requested. So I request that for every area on our applicable submission to the NPC in 2018, that the federal government, for the areas that cover their jurisdiction, marine areas, probably Arctic char, and also migratory birds, that they look at each place and tell us, do you agree with this request of a prohibition or a condition? Do you agree with that? Yes or no? And if it's no, why? With that, we can discuss those with the HTOs and come up with potentially alternate positions. We cannot address real places in broad categories. So that's my request to the federal government. My question to the federal government is Jonathan has told us that the Planning Commission is allowing overlap designations. For example, a migratory bird area may also be used in summer by post-calving caribou. They say that they will allow those two types of areas to overlap. The federal government has put a position on the table, as I understand it, that they do not like overlapping areas. The QWB has already dealt with that. Because Inuit go to places to harvest, they may, in the same vicinity, they may go there in the winter and hunt for polar bears. They may go at different time of years and harvest eggs or birds. They may go there and fish for char. So what we did, because when you put all those areas into a tight geographic, or types of use into a close geographic area, we called those multiple value areas. And I think those were largely rejected by the Planning Commission. But I would like to get an opinion from the federal government as to whether or not they believe something, maybe a different name, but something like a multiple value area could potentially deal with overlapping types of area. So one request for a list of what they agree with, and another question about how to deal with overlapping areas. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ja, goedemiddag.
Thank you, Chair.
Mike.
And Mike.
Terry Odla.
Terry
Crown
Odla.
Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. With respect to the first question on areas that are significant but aren't necessarily depicted in some form on a map, and what we can do as a Government Canada, I would turn to the Nunavut Planning Commission through their mapping exercise as to identifying those areas, but it's also something that we'd like to work with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, the Higatani Inuit Association, and the other two regions, Kivallik and Titilmiut, along with the Higatalak Wildlife Board, in identifying those areas that are of significance to Inuit, and that they are somehow captured within the land use plan. As to overlap areas, the less the better for certainty and clarity, but the suggestion on multiple use areas where there may be some sensitive wildlife habitat, caribou calving or what have you. There are other jurisdictions that use, say, for example, high value areas could also be used as an example. But that's something that we would be open to as well, to determine that, you know, some areas are more sensitive than others, and at the same time that would allow for mixed use and multiple use, knowing and understanding that there could be sensitive areas as well. But the one thing that we would like to do within providing support and options to the Nunavut Planning Commission is to ensure that at the end of the day that we provide more certainty and clarity for all those that are to all the stakeholders, be it the rights holders and or land users.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Mike Ferguson, QWB. It appears that some clarification is required, and I'm sorry I didn't explain this better. We submitted 43 submissions in 2018, we being the QWB. They came from both the QWB and the applicable HTOs for each submission. The submissions are very clear. On 42, if I recall correctly, 42 of the 43 submissions either what is now being called a limited use area or multiple limited use areas are delineated on the map, and the prohibited or restricted land uses that the QWB and the HTOs would like to have applied to those mapped areas are clearly laid out in each submission, each of the 42. So they are mapped. They're either classified as, at that time it was protected area, which is now a limited use area, and or what was then a special management area and is now called a conditional use area. They are on the map. So what we would requesting from the federal government is where they go through each of our submissions, which I can supply to them. They were on the publicly available on the Commission's website for 3 years. I don't know if they're still publicly available, but I can provide them to the federal government if they wish. And we'd like each one of those submissions to be gone through and just say we have, for example, requested that this area be classified as a limited use area. Do you agree with that or not? Or if you don't want to be so clear, you could just say these are our concerns about classifying this as a conditional use or a limited use area. Then we can address those specific real place indications as opposed to broad categories. The one other non-specific area-based submission deals with migratory bird setbacks. This is based on Inuit knowledge of how far, for example, flightless birds travel on the ice, on the water, and under the water, away from their colony areas. The setbacks, according to Inuit, for shipping near colonies of various species is far too close. And we have asked for much larger setbacks. We need to know why those setbacks appear not to have been accepted. It's not a huge part of Nunavut, but these birds are very important for harvesting and for eggs. And we do not, the Inuit do not want them put at risk to be ground up in the prop wash of various ships, getting too close in areas where flightless birds cannot escape, among other issues. So we'd like to some real hands-on feedback from the federal government as to whether or not they agree with those setbacks, as well as with the areas in the other 42 submissions. I hope that's clearer. If there are any questions, I can talk to the federal government separately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Chair.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. The Government of Canada's review is guided by our priority expectations for a first generation all of Nunavut land use plan. These include that the planning and resulting plan legally comply with the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, and the plan must be consistent with federal commitments and policies, and the planning process has credibility so it is clear, and that the development of the plan is supported by a meaningful, inclusive, transparent, public, and stakeholder consultation process. As well, the plan must be clear, understandable, and provide certainty for users. The plan must be practical, implementable, and conformity requirements must be clear, and the plan should contribute to the efficiency of Nunavut's integrated regulatory system. One zone with multiple values is okay. There are different planning rules applied to the same area, but that needs to be clear and concise. There could be high value areas, as an example, and we know that there are sensitive areas such as the setbacks that you mentioned with respect to migratory birds and sensitive wildlife habitat. But again, concerns with respect to what the Iqaluit Wildlife Board provided with respect to the 47 submissions or so should be raised through this forum, and that solely it isn't necessarily solely the government of Canada that can respond to those submissions, but use the Nunavut Planning Commission as the vehicle to determine whether or not they will be included within the actual land use plan. We'll provide input, we'll provide supporting documents, we'll provide feedback as to what we feel about those areas, but I think that's all I can say for now with respect to a response.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We appears to be out of questioners. We will go back to Johnny a bit.
Johnny Kasadlok, Inutjok. As an observer, I heard and want clarity with an answer from Paul Crowley's questions. The appointed communities and their representatives, and that for the purpose of mineral exploration, I want to, you said that mineral activities can proceed within the current land regime. The way I seem to understand it or not understand it is that the work that is being done in the planning process and the work that we see here and the appointed commissioners and the work proceeds, and we are discussing the work and whether the current land regime restricts anything to reflect the land use plan. So which reality is in effect? That is it open to select lands and do exploration work, and the lands that Inuit selected, and that 4% of the land selected by Inuit, and when you see that are the basis of this discussion, and I want to know if it's true which regime are we following for land purposes? And at what point will these rules apply? Whether there's a moratorium that you mentioned, whether there is a moratorium while we plan the land use plan before it's implemented. That's my question. I want clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question.
Terry Oda, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
The planning process, the land use plan will be signed, that it will be implemented, but the Commission will review if anyone wants to use those lands within Nunavut, that whether they comply with conformity, but 4% and the 2.5% that I mentioned would proceed, but if you're going to increase the amount that whether the federal government, NTI, or the Inuit organizations, or the Commission, or NERB has to do their work before, and what kind of conditions, if but in the planning process for the Commission for Nunavut, until it is in effect, it is the standard system that they're using, if that's understandable. You can seek clarification if you wish.
Now, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada sent notices on March 14th, 2022 to all holders of tenure to ensure they are informed of the plan and understand the ongoing public review process. So in special circumstances such as the Boothia Peninsula that Mr. Crowley had mentioned, if it continues where it becomes a protected area, then those that have the tenure will actually be informed of such, and that there will be arrangements made. I'm just right now unsure as to what those arrangements would be based on the fact that we're not there yet. Once we get there, then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I hope that answers your question, Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Sharon wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Johnny, thank you for your question, and Terry for your clarification. Sharon Halowak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. So just for clarity purposes to Johnny's question, the Commission currently has two existing plans, one in the North Baffin and one, the Keewatin land use plan that guides and directs the terms and conditions on those two areas that have a plan. In the absence of a land use plan and the question of timeline, it is an obligation of the Nunavut Agreement to have a land use plan in place. In the absence of the plan being in place, the areas that are not included in a land use plan, they can be staked. So the importance of getting a land use plan in place and everyone coming to these hearings and stating their positions or their submissions is very important. We see that the communities and the commissioners are listening, but the point of having these hearings is to have community members, participants, government, and others listen to each other's positions and submissions. The mandate of the Commission is clear. It's outlined in the Nunavut Agreement and in the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The Commission must give great weight to Inuit priorities, Inuit-owned lands, community concerns, and the human component, that being Inuit and people, are a priority in the planning. Some of the conflict that we are seeing is the question on Inuit-owned lands, and the Commission is tasked in Article 11.8.2. The land use planning process shall apply to Inuit-owned lands. Land use planning shall take into account Inuit goals and objectives for Inuit-owned lands. So listening to all the organizations, government, NTI, listening to all positions and the solutions and the options that everyone is putting forward to the Commission must, based on the evidence, make those decisions. So when we are talking and there's confusion about the Inuit-owned lands, this is one of the major pieces that the commissioners need to hear from community members, from Canada, from NTI, from the designated Inuit organizations, from the government of Nunavut. What are their options and solutions of how they want to see these lands managed? So, Johnny, I hope that that answers a little bit of context, but in the absence of a land use plan, staking can occur and has occurred and will continue to occur. And we've heard, and it isn't, commissioners are listening with regards to the timeline. This process has been in the works for 20 years, and at some point it must come to a conclusion, and the implementation of a land use plan must happen. And for the record, the Commission has been working very well with all of the parties, working as best as possible with the communities, and supporting to ensure that the information on the process and the documents are being understood. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you good, Johnny? Thank you. Paul wanted to add. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. We hear a lot about balance. Got to balance economic and protection. the system generally is already unbalanced in favor of mineral development. Anywhere where lands have not yet been withdrawn, either by the creation of a park or eventually by the land use plan putting prohibitions, is open for staking. And if those staking rights are acquired online, those staking rights then take precedent over, in the case of Inuit surface lands, the ability of Inuit to say, no, we don't want you there. The genie is out of the bottle as soon as the lands are staked. The Inuit organization can tell a company, you can't do it this way, you can't do it that way, but they cannot say you cannot do it if it's on Inuit surface lands. If it's on Crown land, it's the same. We hear a lot about a robust regulatory system. Until there's a land use plan in place, though, only once that I'm aware has the Nunavut Impact Review Board refused an exploration project. They generally all go through. So the genie leaves the bottle as soon as those lands are staked, whether it's on Crown land or Inuit-owned lands that are still available for staking. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you. Terry?
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Nunavut is a vast territory, and it's being shown through this exercise of the land use planning hearings, where we had visited 2 time zones away in Cambridge Bay, 1 time zone away in Rankin Inlet, south of the Nunavut border in Thompson, as far south as Thompson is to here, as far north to Pond Inlet, with respect to the hearings in that direction. And considering that we have 4 existing mines across that vast area, and that I referred to 2.5% of Nunavut, I can't see how it could be construed as unbalanced, as pro-development. We have multiple parks, conservation areas, migratory bird sanctuaries, larger than the areas that of the projects I mentioned earlier. When a stake is claimed, it's not necessarily having the genie come out of the bottle as suggested, but there are terms and conditions and regulations and steps to follow. And if it's going to go any further, that it triggers the regulatory process with respect to the Impact Review Board, the Planning Commission, the Water Board. And if Inuit don't want it to happen, typically it doesn't happen. So again, we have to ensure that all views are being heard and that it's balanced and that it's clear and that there's certainty. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I currently don't have any more names. From the general Iqaluit audience to the presentation, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and the Commission. Thank you, Terry. You're here and your staff. I don't know, as a Clark member, I have relatives in Pangnato and Iqaluit, and thinking of them, the implementation contract, I want to find out about Chidliak, if anyone knows about Chidliak. Through my mom's parents or my dad's parents, who will defend communities in dealing with maps. I'm talking about tent sites that have not been marked at Petunik, near Chidliak site, and Iqaluit that we put up at Umanakjak to Kangalat, that area to cross from Kangalit to Iqaluit. I want that protected. Angutit, I don't have a pen back then, so that they will remember on the land. It might be complete Crown and Inuit-owned land, 5 or 6 locations, with the gathered sites and the hunting camps, caribou hunting grounds, and to also note who defended that land. It was Inuit men, Siatut, that's what they're called. Not Chapik's grandfather's father's ancestors that he caught to my grandfather's father up. And the glacier is melting there. It wasn't too busy or that they did go there. I didn't catch my grandparents. That's that. And they have the same distance. And I've tried to find them since 1991. When the snow is melting, I'm afraid of the river up there. I'd like to understand it more. I have never gone up there in the summer. I want those sites. That would be the work of Inuit Heritage Trust. They're only dealing with old artifacts. Okongmiut means the area, Inuit of this area. That's that. And the Iqaluit that Bibi put up near Chidliak, it's not only one. Some of it goes down to Sukanga. I don't know what year, maybe 1998 or 99. There was a court that my grandfather, Naudlak family, ang nakadlak relatives, that (1974-72). I would like those marked as heritage sites, and I'm not attached to anything. I'm not Iqalung Mutak or I'm not Pangniktok Mutak. And the Clarks don't seem to be working anymore. they deal with Inuit-owned land and also Crown lands. That needs to be reinvigorated. The Pangnatok Trail, it was 4 men that could lift it up. It's on top of a big rock. It didn't seem to be there because it was covered with snow. That's that. They're on Crown land. Some of it is on Inuit-owned land. As we were not part of Canada. My question, the second question, on the implementation contract is late. Oqongmi wanted it done 5 years before, and it's now 3 years late. And I was the elder's assistant. I worked for 4 years and supported them in their priorities, clerks and wildlife committees. Nunavut Trust, Inuit Heritage Trust, Wild Research Trust have purpose. I worked 4 years, and we also dealt with Vapen land, and I was paid 1 year as Inuit rights. What I'm speaking about is legitimate, and we were dealing with maps, I2, help, right. Without foundation, we had to seek money all the time. It's on demand with wildlife organizations and Clark. I'm not complaining, but it won't come to fruition in a circle. But the writing is not under it. And those that come to work here don't know that they're affecting those. So for the hearings, I wouldn't want to. I want to go caribou hunting and hang around my grandchildren, take them to our old lands. I haven't been able to do that. I don't know your roles or conditions. If someone can make a motion, we have Inuit rights, we have Canadian, we have public rights. It would be nice to be supported, not through a proposal. What we're saying is real, and then they said it's not related to the agenda and the support coming from Amaro. I am using my own phone. That's how it was. I support what has been said, that they could be part of the implementation contract. The planning commission is planning the land use plan. It's related to, there's upside down Y. It relates to implementation contract to the second one. That's how it was by the elders. This is it. To hear 2 items. First one is 2-part. My questions, and the second contract is the implementation contract. Thank you. For part of the work. Once again, items that are outside of our agenda and discussion points, I realize we are supporting a lot of wildlife agencies and organizations, but that is not the goal of this meeting. Regrets that we have no issues related to the contract or with quotas. I just want to state that, and part of what you said will be part of the consideration based on Iqaluit Mayatukangit will be considered. Do you want to add to your question? Thank you. Paul had a lot of questions. I have more rights. I want to ask more questions. But you said it's not attached to the agenda. We're talking about things on the land. They're here. The implementation contract will be the venue, but we're putting up obstacles. And we've heard around the table that they aren't able to comment. Thank you. Thank you. Understandable. Terry, do you want to comment?
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. For her comments.
Mika.
Mika.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
The issues you mentioned are, we've heard them. We'll want to hear more. How we can benefit, for example, the clerks, the community lands and resource committees are run through the QIA or through the regional Inuit associations in that process. And you mentioned Chidliak. You can come by our office to find out more and where they're located and what kind of operation they currently have. You're welcome to come and see us. And the archaeological sites are run by the government of Nunavut under federal legislation, but they are responsible, the Nunavut government. And the hunters and trappers organizations also would, through the implementation contract that I mentioned earlier to Ben, will be another avenue we can explore on working with the wildlife organizations through annual funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. To the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Yet to it have been heard. Our heritage site, but we didn't have a marker whose relatives and whose rights, whose Inuit rights they are. Canada has land title, and that they're marked. I mentioned I couldn't find them in the snow. Barnacork, where Jitaluk was born. When we started moving, there was goodwill before the land claims. Bonnie Court, where Iqaluit was born. He's born in a beautiful place that they will be able to live there. That's the name of, I don't say it as well as Iqaluit. Iqaluit, when I first Bonnie Fort, beautiful country. Accord, but not written on paper. Statutes are like that. That is not just I'm trying to make it a heritage so that people will know my descendants and who my ancestors are. And that is what I wanted to identify. Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions from the audience? I'm glad Terry had coffee this morning. We've had a full day, Terry, and those of you at the table, thank you. Looking at the clock, tonight, 6 o'clock, we'll deal with the Nunavut government. We'll be back here. Outlook.